Can you guys see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I can't see you, Judge, Your Honor.
Said you can or cannot.
Cannot.
That might just be her, Your Honor. I'm able to see you, although I can't see the courtroom feed. I don't know if that's just me.
Then something's going on with the court.
I can see the judge, but I don't know about the feed, like on YouTube.
Okay, in any event, trust me, I am in the courtroom. Mr. LaMellan.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. You're here on Cheers.
I am, Your Honor. Who's present?
All right. Yes.
Calling case number 2305-582401 for the state of Michigan versus Toya Cheers. Defendant is charged in count 1 and 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Counts 3 and 4, weapons, felony firearm. Count 5, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Whitney Lemelin, P58914, on behalf of Toya Shears, who's appearing virtually via Zoom. We waive our rights to stand physically before you today and agree to proceed virtually via Zoom. Ms. Cheers, please unmute your microphone and state your name for the record.
Toya Remsen Cheers.
What's your pleasure, Mr. LaMellan?
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I'd like to close the PCC portion of this matter and set this matter for an exam.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is March 20th at 10:45?
I have a doctor's appointment that morning, Your Honor. Yeah, I can't do.
Second at 10 o'clock.
I can't do the 22nd. I've got another docket that morning. I can do the 24th. And then after that, I am on vacation for a week.
March 24th at 10 o'clock.
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
We continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Dupree,
Good morning, Your Honor.
good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm here for a bond motion on Cornelius Grubb.
Calling case number 2106-283601 for the state of Michigan versus Cornelius Grubb. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree; count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Matthew Dupree, Pete 0132, attorney for the defendant. Mr. Grubb, would you state your name, please?
Cornelius Grubb.
What's your question, Mr. Dupree?
Judge, at this time, we're asking that the court modify the conditions of the tether. Mr. Grubb is currently on house arrest. We're asking if the court would permit him to leave home for the purposes of employment. He is self-employed as a musician. He's had to cancel several events as a result of the current house arrest condition, and he'd like permission to resume work.
Ms. Strang?
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to the to giving him some out hours with the tether.
All right. So, Mr. Dupree, send me over an order indicating that, or adjusting his hours, but that he still have no contact with the complaining witness, and all of the conditions of the tether are in effect.
Will do, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Train.
Hours are being from Mr. Grubb. When do you normally work?
I'm starting assistant managing at the car wash in a couple of days, and I also get booked to do I host parties and I throw parties and I get booked to perform as well. Sometimes
None of that answers my question. Let me try it again. What hours are you working?
no later than 12:30, Your Honor, PM or AM. These parties are venues, nightclub venues. They book me a lot of different clubs to host the parties. And if I can't host them, I can't get paid. My music review show is from 7 to 9 every Tuesday. I haven't been able to do that. It's just been a lot of chaos with just trying to deal with it, and I don't even want to take it upon
Mr. Grubb,
myself. I'm sorry.
Mr. Dupree, how do you want to handle this?
So, Your Honor, what I was going to say is it could be expanded hours, and I could draft the order to that effect, but he could be required to provide proof of the booking at each venue before he goes out after 6 or 7 to the tether agent.
Why don't we just do the tether with no restrictions, but no contact with the complaining witness?
I wouldn't have an objection to that.
Or home.
I don't hear that. What's the last part he said about home?
No contact with her place of employment or home.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you. Ms.
Thank you, Your
Spahn,
Honor.
good morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, how can I help you?
I'm not entirely sure. I have Cornelia Taylor scheduled for a PCC on the 24th, and I was asked to zoom in this morning.
As a PCC,
Correct, Judge, and defendant number 2 has an exam coming.
so can we accept those?
Defendant number 2, I think his exam is tomorrow. I didn't know if you wanted to kind of try to put them together.
Co-defendant, is that Brandon Taylor?
Yes.
Is it your preference to hold this exam one time, Ms. Drake?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be my preference, yes.
Okay, so here's the situation, Ms. Bond. We have a co-defendant who's set for a preliminary exam tomorrow. I'm inclined to adjourn his preliminary exam to a date where we can hold the preliminary examination for both defendants. So we scheduled it for today, and we're waiting on Mr. Brown to get here as well, so I can get the date certain for both of them.
Okay,
So
I
I'll
can
come
wait
back
till
to
he
you.
joins in.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rush, good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
You're here on Walker, Clifton Walker.
I'm here on Clifton Walker and Latanya Bevell.
On the who? Oh, Bevell, okay.
And I believe Clifton Walker is at the Wayne County Jail, so I can waive his presence today.
Yeah.
Tanya Bevell, calling case number 2305-579-401. People of the state of Michigan versus Latanya Bevell. Defendant is charged in counts 1 and 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 and 4, weapons, count firearms, count 5, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Summers Brush, number 85828, appearing on behalf of Latanya Bevell, who is present via Zoom today.
Ms. Drain,
Yes, Judge?
okay, we couldn't hear your appearance.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Did you hear my appearance?
No.
Oh, okay, I apologize. Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Summers Brush, P number 85828, appearing on behalf of Latanya Bevell, who is present via Zoom.
All right. What's your pleasure, Ms. Brush?
Your Honor, we have received all discovery in this matter and are asking to set it for an in-person preliminary exam.
The court will continue to plead of not guilty. We'll set this matter for a preliminary exam on March 20th at 1:30.
That works, Judge. And then if I could address Ms. Bevell's bond.
Okay.
So Ms. Bevell is a mother of 2. She has 2 children. They're 14 and 15. Their father died a year ago, so she is their only caretaker. With her tether right now and being on home confinement, her children have not been going to school. Additionally, because she takes them to school. So there's this extra obstacle that she's trying to deal with to make sure that they're attending class.
You said they're 14 and 15?
Yes, Your Honor. But if I can
Get to school on their own?
I can't speak to that. However, if I could also talk about the fact that she is the caretaker of her mother, who is incompetent and has dementia, has multiple doctor's appointments every week, takes about 18 pills per day, needs can't eat normal food. So Ms. Bevell being on home confinement right now is a huge obstacle in order for her to take care of her mother. I'd ask that her, and then she also has nursing school and she has lab once a week, so she has not been able to attend that. So it's for these 3 reasons, based on the fact that she is a mother taking care of her mother and her goals for her education. I'd ask that her tether be removed and that she be given a personal bond, or in the alternative be given, have the home confinement taken away so that she can care for her family.
Ms. Drain?
Your Honor, I have some concerns about this case. The allegations are not just that allegations that she produced a gun in order to place the both complainants in fear. The allegation is that she actually pointed the gun and shot at both complainants. So and there were shell casings that were found as well. So that I'm concerned about that. So at this time, I'm asking that the tether remain in place. I understand she may have a few things to do, but maybe some out hours, but I do want the tether to remain in place, and I don't want there to be just no restrictions at all.
So does the mother live with her?
Yes, her mother lives with her, and she has to go to the doctor at least once a week. At least 3 times a week, actually, based on our conversations. She has no intention of being anywhere near the area where the alleged incident took place. We've spoken about that. It goes nowhere on her routes or anywhere. So in terms of danger to the community, I believe that would be satisfied due to the fact that she doesn't live near there at all.
I would like to see some verification of her taking the mother to the doctor 3 times a week.
Okay, Judge, if I could get that verification, could I come back Zoom back into court sometime this week? If I provided that to the court?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear that, Ms. Bevell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right. Next up is Walker. You're all set, Ms. Bevell.
Judge, I see one more, can you disconnect that and bring it back on?
Sure.
You still- I see.
Excuse me, Ms. Summers.
Yes.
I don't see my lawyer, Mercer,
Okay.
but I believe that I'm supposed to be here. It
Yeah,
says
Mr. Yeah.
Judge King's wrong.
All right.
Okay, I apologize. I don't know who your lawyer is. I'm another defense attorney,
Okay,
but hopefully they'll show up.
okay.
Okay, we're ready on one.
Calling case number 2305-578801. Brooklyn State of Michigan versus Clifton Walker. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence aggravated. Defendant has a habitual offender worth offense notice. Defendant also has case number 2305-578701. Defendant is charged in count 1, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Summers Brush, P number 85828, appearing on behalf of Clifton Walker. I'd ask to waive his presence today.
For the regular defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, we do have both paper and digital discovery. I'd ask to set this for an in-person preliminary exam.
The count is March 20th at 1:45.
That works, Judge.
March 20th at 1:45, final be continued.
Thank you.
Ms. Payne, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you today?
I'm good, and yourself?
Fine, thank you.
How can I help you? You're here on Ramirez?
I have Ramirez and we'd like to set an exam.
Okay, let me call it.
Calling case number 2305-580201, people of the state of Michigan versus Juan Ramirez. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender worth offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sharon Payne on behalf of Mr. Ramirez, P number 38749. Your Honor, Mr. Ramirez, while he does have a personal bond in this case, is in custody on a tether violation on another pending matter. So he is in the Wayne County Jail. With the court's permission, I would waive his appearance for this court hearing only.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
We would like to set a preliminary exam for this case, Your Honor.
How is March 20th at 12:30?
Your Honor, I am not available the 20th, but I am available the 21st in the morning.
My homicide there. About the 22nd.
22nd, I'm available. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the 22nd at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock is fine.
I'm the Salvador interpreter for the case today.
I'm sorry?
For that case today, good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's it for today. We're set it for March 22nd at 11 o'clock.
Zoom.
I'm sure your services will be needed on that day.
In person?
Yes, in person.
Your Honor, if we could just make a note that he is in custody, we need to bring him over.
We're pretty good at that, Ms. Payne.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, you as well.
Bye, have a good day. Thank you.
Mr. Jefferson,
Yes, Your Honor.
we're just waiting on your attorney, Mr. Mercier.
Okay.
Calvin Craig,
Yes, Your Honor.
we're just waiting on your attorney, Mr. Kenneth.
Okay.
Shane McFadden,
Yes, I'm here.
how can I help you, ma'am?
I think I'm supposed to be in court here today.
Are you a defendant?
No, I'm a plaintiff for Bobby Farley.
I don't think you're in the right courtroom.
Okay, well, it's supposed to be Judge William Messino, but the only papers I have is for this Judge Kenneth King for the Zoom.
You said it's supposed to be Judge McConaughey.
Yes.
Okay, that'd be, you ready for the number?
Yes, I am.
360-533-0000.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Mr. Kenneth, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good. You're here on Craig?
I am. Would it be possible to get a breakout room with Mr. Craig?
I don't know how to do that.
Hold on, Mr. Craig. Just join the breakout room. It should be coming up.
Okay.
Kenneth, you ready on Craig?
We are, Judge. Thank you for the breakout room.
You ready, Judge?
Yeah, ready on Craig.
Calling case number 2305-583201. People of the state of Michigan versus Calvin Craig. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do grave bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender fourth offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And may it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecki, P 64800 on behalf of Mr. Craig. Mr. Craig, please state your name for the record.
Alvin Craig Jr.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Konecki?
Your Honor, we'd like to schedule this for a preliminary exam. I believe all discovery has been tendered and we have it.
About March 20th at 9:30.
That's fine, Judge.
March 20th at 9:30. Bond will be continued if there's no objection.
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank
You're
you,
all
you
set,
too.
Mr. Craig. You can log off.
Okay, thank you.
Brian Brown,
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry about that. I had a motion at 9 o'clock, but I had to call in to my client who was in prison at 8:30, and then the conversation took a little bit longer than I anticipated.
it's okay, you're here now. You have a co-defendant with Ms. Spahn. And my understanding is that you have an exam with me tomorrow. So we're inclined to adjourn it to a date that's available for both of you so we can do the exam at one time.
Okay, I figured that, and I let my client know that's what's probably what's happening. And I told him probably that was going to happen before it actually did happen.
Okay, let me call the case.
Calling case number 2305-5552, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Grenicia Taylor, and defendant number 2, Brandon Taylor. Both defendants are charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree. Defendant number 1 is charged in count 2, malicious destruction of personal property, 200 or more but less than 1,000. Defendant number 1 is charged in count 3, domestic violence. Defendant number 2 is charged in count 4, domestic violence. Defendant number 2 has a habitual offender third offense notice.
Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Janet Span, P 43281, appearing on behalf of Grenicia Taylor. I'd ask the court to waive her presence.
And good morning, Your Honor. Brian Brown, P 80560, appearing on behalf of Mr. Brandon Taylor. With respect, asking the court to waive his appearance.
For the waive the defendant's presence. Okay, as an indicator off the record, one of the Taylors has a preliminary examination scheduled for tomorrow. We're going to adjourn that so that we could do this exam one time with both defendants on a date that's available to you both. How is March 22nd at 10 o'clock?
Not good, Your Honor.
Ms. Spahn, you have issues with Wednesdays and Fridays, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How about March 20th at 12:30?
The March 20th at 12:30. That's good for Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, I'll make it work, Your Honor, if this can go like right at 12:30. If it's being held.
All right, March 20th at 12:30. Bond will be continued as to both defendants if there's no objection.
Judge, if we could address bond, we addressed it at the probable cause conference. And the only thing that we're requesting is for the hour restrictions for Mr. Taylor to be amended. We're not asking for the geographical locations. He understands he cannot have any contact with complaining witness. However, he does work 2 jobs. He actually just got off his night job. He called me this morning at 7:30. So he's resting now, and he also has a evening job. And he also is responsible for picking up his children and attending some after-school functions. that he's somewhat prohibited from doing because of the hour restriction. So with all due respect, we're just asking for open-ended as far as his hour restrictions for the tether and keeping the same geographical restrictions.
Ms. Drain?
Your Honor, I'm not objecting to that.
All right, send over an order to that effect, Mr. Grubb.
Okay, I'll do that, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm sorry, Your Honor, are we still on the record?
No, sir, you're all set.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mercia.
Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize, I was delayed in Judge Dingle's courtroom.
And Mr. Jefferson is here for you.
Yes, he is. We've spoken on the phone. We're ready to proceed.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305-566601. People of the state of Michigan versus Anthony Jefferson. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, weapons felony firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Daniel Mercier, P 72620, representing Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Jefferson, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Anthony Jefferson.
Your Honor, I've had
Go ahead.
an opportunity to discuss with my client about the probable cause conference, and after doing so, discussing his rights to a probable cause exam, we would be exercising our rights to the in-person probable cause exam.
How is March 20th at 9:45?
One moment, Your Honor.
That'll work for me, Your Honor.
I have a jury trial that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Your Honor.
March 24th at 9 o'clock.
That works, Your Honor.
March 24th at 9 o'clock. Bond will be continued if there's no objection.
Thank
No
you, Your Honor.
objection. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like we're done with the PCCs, so I will see you all tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ms. Drain. Have a great day, okay?
Thank you, you too.
Bevell. What did y'all do on Bevell?
Yeah,
Did you,
March 20th.
did you amend her template? Or they got you back with you or something?
If I did, they would send over. Yeah, she's supposed to send over some verification and come back. That's-
They must do it. They did call me since 80 but I don't. Oh, man. Morning, Judge.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
I'm well, sir. And you?
All right.
One no. This one. No. Who? Parents. All right. Okay. All right. One.
Yes.
For the Miller, they said juvenile said they need a writ, right him over. He's in juvenile detention.
Which one?
Miller, 10 o'clock.
So we need a writ. I didn't know this. I didn't know that.
I'll do a re-version.
Okay. Let me see those exact files. Okay.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, how are you?
Good.
So,
You guys got to jump in the rig to get home.
All right.
I'm doing this now.
that's fine, I told my- Okay. So, that is.
I presume, how long is that going to take? Are you still at JDF?
I'm sorry,
You still at JDF?
as far as I know, yeah. Well, I didn't know he was there at all. to just notify they need the writ. JDF is where they usually house them, yes.
Now that's where it is. But you know, that's like the Dickerson facility now. The JDS.
JDF is Dickerson now?
Yeah.
Really? When they start that?
They moved everybody out of JDF to Dickerson, they did 4 months ago.
So they put people in JDF in Jefferson?
That's correct.
Oh, because they're about to get rid of all that area, Frank Murphy.
I presume, I don't know.
Wayne County, yeah, so yeah, that's probably a lot.
Oh, we need to read to get.
Right.
Okay.
I guess, did the officer say he needed
No, not
to
at
give
all.
it in?
Well, they needed whoever picks them up, so they send them right over to juvenile hall.
So you guys don't need the writ?
Just when they bring them in. Hey, how you doing, Howard? Just Friday. We got to sit right over to juvenile court. You know how long for the transport it? Yeah, over the juvenile court. Kind of break it up. No, I think it, Anita, do you know who you sent it to?
I sent it
To the writ office?
Oh, but it was for juvenile.
to, he has like specific.
Kind of break it up. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was something right here, transportation. Okay, I heard the 07. Okay. They just did it now. The clerk just sent it over. You know, he actually had a 10 o'clock case. I don't think they need it. But they didn't know.
You say you have to be done by what time, Mr. Bunch?
I have to be in Flint at 2. It takes me safely.
Okay, now the
An
red
hour
office is, yeah, the big one, right?
How many witnesses do you have on this?
Just 2, Your Honor. Okay, she sent it, she faxed it over. I think I go to the red office.
Be another officer.
Email to Wayne County Red. RICS. Okay. Officer probably get it. Saying, yeah, we most definitely need them as soon as we can.
Brother Taylor, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, Judge King. How are you, sir?
Doing good. Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Good to be seen.
She just sent it. This is juvenile. Oh, no, no, it's calling. You won't call it CT. That's 2413 there. But it read off. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, would you get this? Yeah, I'll let you. Yeah, how you doing? Hey, they just sent a bit over. Awesome. So now? All right. I don't know. We have a third chair, sir. I got to fix it.
I'm sorry.
I need a third chair. I have to fix it.
Oh.
You got it out?
No, I'm saying, what's the email address? Oh, our neighbors. Who you send a writ to?
To the rec office.
To the rec office? Rec office. Email address to send it to.
Yeah, obviously, we have a, their rec email that we send it to. Okay, they sent it to Sergeant Green at Juvenile.
Yes. Somebody come?
Yes, I just want. I'm just calling to judge out.
they sent it to him. So
That's how I do it.
that's confirmation. Right?
Okay.
Mhm.
No. Hold on. You don't talk to her. Yeah, I called Charles for it, but I said I'm gonna get rid of it. And Jim, I thought, she said they got my phone and said they did. They don't. So it's hard on the side. Hi. They said, I'm terrible, right? So yeah, we hear this, so this is our question. So.
So who is that, Mr. Longstreet?
This is his juvenile casework.
I'm the juvenile probation worker, case manager, because he's on probation as juvenile right now. So I'm observing for the court for juvenile.
ID is a victim? Yes, let's get to the ID.
We have an ETA on the defendant. Pardon? I was asking for the ETA on the defendant.
No, you want it. They going back and forth with if they receive a writ or not.
I need to talk to somebody.
Now, they just want to be the board to specific. They confirm they have.
No, I ain't ordered them out yet. I haven't even brought transfer yet.
That's everything. Eleven on one meeting is taken to the meeting.
Just turn around here. One question. I just want to see if my client can come in person. It's supposed to.
Yes, I think come in person or is in office.
Sir, I have a question. Door exhibit 5. Is this being offered as the photograph that was taken on December 8th? This is right. What am I doing? This morning?
Yeah, I just pulled some strings, but it cost me a lunch.
Okay, well. You are, sir? Most concerned with.
No, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, not at this point, sir. And the reason being is that it wasn't.
I talked about the community agreement or community fit order. Are you getting an opportunity to look at that for one Larry?
I haven't seen.
Oh, perhaps that's it. Just like around.
United States Post.
So, Your Honor, I'm just asking for the order before Mr. Larry takes it. And it'll be my first.
Just what?
I'm requesting the order before Mr. Larry takes the stand. It'll be my first witness.
Okay. So I have the petition. And the petition is signed.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey,
I'm not just trying to. Oh, yeah, everything worked out on that.
Mr. Fedora, forgive my everything, however, what rules are you specifically using for this kind of situation? My question is, what rules are you using to admit to leave without stipulation and or testimony?
One B.
Sorry, say that one more time.
756.
make sure. Agree? So even with the revenue. Yes, you gotta be not. And this is just a research. Education. sure that you're getting what you're doing on purpose.
Oh. Okay, excellent.
So it just makes you think. There's two ways to do this. The full number salutation, and then there's a partial salutation. The full salutation. I would say if you and that's a full salutation. Most people just say, chop on to it. I like to be formal. What state you in? So I do a full salutation. All right.
Ms. Ripley.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Ripley. I wasn't able to open that. I don't know if you got my message or not.
Yes, that's but you said we could zoom in. I wasn't sure what time, but I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help you try and open that.
I'm sorry to hear.
Oh, sorry, Judge. Yeah, is there, do you want me to come over there and show you how to open it, or I don't know how you want me to help you?
I don't know. I don't know if you have to flash drive or put it on the flash drive, or if you want to come over, that's fine too. But
okay,
the most pressing thing right now is to get another date, because I'm not going to be able to be ready by 11:30.
yes, Judge. I can bring it on a disc. I can put on a disc and bring it over to you.
Okay, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And we're still good for 11:30, or we'll show up at 11:30 and then get a new date?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
In and out, he's in person.
Okay.
You heard? On prison? Okay, I just heard he's on his way.
Take this text.
Terrence did.
Yeah.
That's who you've been talking to?
No, he was in the background, but I was talking to somebody else.
You know when you like to learn? You know when you like to learn? Okay. How you got back? On the bus? Okay. That's like. School, but not this. Basically, what you got. It's really Especially when the state side. They got rid of that. I just, not that one. They got rid of that. Small state, you can get a lot of state.
Mr. Longstreet, let's give everybody a little trivia here. Sir? Say, let's give everybody a little trivia here. Do they remember when you were in the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office as my office mate?
Nobody here knows that.
Nobody knows that.
Nobody knows that. This is the first person I met. Actually, I was a law student. First year. I met Judge King.
See, I didn't even know he was an intern. I thought he was a prosecutor.
I was an intern. I was an intern. Here. First year. Here. Excuse me, Judge King. Judge King. Oh, 06. You guys will see no 06?
Yes.
Yeah, 06.
Time flies.
What's that?
Juvenile here should be up about 10.
He's here now?
Yeah. Oh, me, I was at 04. Actually, I was there for the start of law school. 2008. Intern off.
Even way back then, when he was an intern, he was a star.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure.
Good courtroom presence.
You do. Nobody teaches you. I said not a lot of people. We got a lot of great lawyers. Perfect. And that's a whole different. Big learning curve that you possibly we got to change the way we do. It took me a long time to stop saying what I have to keep. It's really a long time to stop doing. But it's just a different way of how you do it. That was that part of my experience. You know, exactly what you have to do. Exactly what that is. That's the I put it That's what the rule is. You don't see the tree in there, so it's couldn't see. I see it. This is every street. But sometimes that's what's required to know what's going on. That's what's required to know what's going on in the page. You don't want to be serious.
Oh my God. Come on. Hold on, just one. Okay.
All right, calling case 2355561, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Deshaun Miller. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, felony murder, juvenile defendant. Count 2 felony firearm. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedor for the people, E76177.
Good morning, Your Honor. Please go forward with Court Charles Oliver Long, second 265, appraisal by half. Mr. Deshaun Miller, who appears and is standing to my rear. I'm accompanied by Secretary Chair.
Mayor Smith, good morning, Your Honor. Name your cash, P number 85852, on behalf of Deshaun Miller, in support of Attorney Charles Long.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Honoria Ramirez on behalf of Deshaun Miller, seeking permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.12.
Permission granted. Spell your name for me, please.
Honoria, ANARIA, Ramirez, RAMBS.
All right. There's the date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
If I'm ready, Your Honor.
How many witnesses would it be?
There'll be 2, Your Honor.
Do you have any preliminary matters that you'd like to begin with before we find the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. So first, there's a stipulation on the parties as to the victim's ID, the victim being John A. Harrison. And I'll be offering a ME's report relevant to
Okay.
The defense does stipulate to the identification of Mr. Harrison as Mr. Harrison. However, we do object to the omission of the ME's report. We believe pursuant to 766-11B2 that the live and relevant testimony of the ME will be relevant to the court's determination of probable cause, as we will be able to direct.
How so?
How so?
Yes, sir.
Is that based on what we've seen in the police report, it will directly conflict and or directly cast serious doubt as to the truthfulness of the testimony of Mr. Larry. We anticipate.
So you wanted the ME here present?
Yes.
Did you make that known to the prosecutor?
I did.
When did you do that?
A while ago, that we need the ME. Because there's an issue in regards to, without revealing the defense's strategy, there is a claim in this case that there was close range gunfire inside of a car. However, the victim's body is absent of that evidence. And it will be clear to show, or it will be clear to the court that based on what you're going to hear from Mr. Larry and what the science will show is that what Mr. Larry said could not have happened.
So what is it that you think you would get from the
What I'm going
ME's live testimony?
What I'm gonna get from Emmy's live testimony, what I anticipate to get from the Emmy's live testimony is that Emmy's gonna testify that he did the autopsy of Mr. Janai Harrison. Is that during the autopsy, Janai Harrison observed 3 gunshot wounds to Janai Harrison. 1 to the left rear of the head, 1 to the left rear shoulder, and 1 to the left rear back. What he's going to testify to, what I anticipate he's going to testify to, is that there were 3 entry wounds to Mr. Harrison. 3 entry wounds that were absent of stippling. Stippling is the burning of the skin at the time of impact of the entry wound of the bullet when there's close range fire.
Right, I know what stippling is.
Very well. So if a gun is fired inside of a car in a very close range, less than 2 feet, there's going to be stippling. In this case, and in the report you're going to see, there is no stippling. Thus, there was no close range fire.
I don't think the prosecutor wouldn't dispute that there's no stippling, or there was no stippling. Noted in the ME's report, am I right?
I don't see it in there.
Okay, so why is that something that can't be stipulated?
Well, the issue is we need a testimony about what stippling is.
I know what stippling is.
I understand you know what stippling is, but we need to have it on record. And the other piece
Not
of that is,
necessarily, because I'm making a determination as to whether or not we have the right defendant and the right charges at this stage of the proceedings.
I agree.
If this goes any further, then by all means, you have the ME come in and testify as to what it is that you're trying to show at the trial.
but what the court needs, well, I think I need that for purposes of call to the court to determine whether statements made by this witness are of a quality that would allow the court to conscientiously believe that my client is guilty of the crime and thus hold it to trial. In this instance, I believe that the evidence will show that it would not be evidence of such a quality to give the court a conscientious belief that my client is guilty. Thus, we believe that live testimony is required for purposes of making a defense argument.
Your Honor, so there's 2 parts here to MCL 766.11B. So the first part is 1D. That's what the people would be offering the ME's report under. And that basically states that although it's hearsay, it is admissible at a preliminary exam. This being basically a medical report prepared by a government agency. So it is admissible under 1D. Now, defense is raising something under section 2, where if the court agrees, a party may subpoena the medical examiner to appear to testify. Now, Mr. Longstreet indicated, I believe it was on Friday, that he wanted to do that. He didn't give me a reason why. He just said that it was relevant to probable cause. Now, if that's something that Mr. Longstreet believes is relevant, then Mr. Longstreet can subpoena the ME, and then it's up to the court. Now, I don't see anything relevant that's not in the ME's report to bind over. This is just a probable cause standard. People are offering evidence to one witness who was in the vehicle, who witnessed the homicide, and the court can weigh his credibility based on his testimony. This might be something that Mr. Longstreet brings up at trial, and it can be given weight by the jury. It's not relevant to today's proceedings. So either way, the report is admissible, either way, whether the court decides to allow testimony from the ME or not.
So, Mr. Longstreet, I take it to the subpoena the ME.
We called Dr. Song to get an interview with Dr. Song. I told the prosecution we wanted to do it here on Friday. We called our office, called Dr. Song, like I said yesterday. We have not received a response from the medical examiner's office, but we do intend to have that witness called if necessary. We believe it's an issue. And really the only issue we need from the ME is how much distance is required for the absence of stippling. Once we got that, we don't really need anything else. The court is conscientious enough to know what stippling is, what's required to have stippling. And so if there's a situation where there could be stippling, close range fire without stippling, we need to know that. Because if there isn't, then there's a very good chance that we're going to have a witness who's going to come in here and perjure himself.
I believe that the court rules allow for the medical examiner's report to be introduced as hearsay testimony without the medical.
I agree.
I don't think the proper steps have been followed to secure the medical examiner's presence here today. A phone call doesn't do it. You wanted the ME here, you could have subpoenaed the ME, you could have asked for the court's assistance in getting the ME here. None of that was done. This is all brought to my attention right now. That being said, in this court, I won't really date myself. My 17 years on the bench. How long have I been practicing now? 27 years. And my 27 years of practice and being assigned to the homicide and having a lot of experience with medical examiners, gunshot residue, and stippling, and so forth, I'm fairly satisfied that I can make a call. It's call a spade, I see.
Very good. I trust that. Thank you. Let's go.
So just for the record, the people are offering People's Exhibit 1. This is a medical examiner's report, and this is relevant to their autopsy of the victim, John A. Harrison. Just indicates that the ME's opinion is that the death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds, and that the manner of death is homicide. So I'd offer that as death. May I approach?
Yes. Anything else?
Your Honor, just with regards to sequestration, so the people are asking for a sequestration order. I would just ask for exceptions for the officer in charge, that's Detective Yusef Barrow. I'd also ask for an exception for my first witness while the witness is on the stand, and that's Day One Larry. He has an attorney. His attorney's name is Justin Andrews. So I would ask that Mr. Andrews also be able to be present in the courtroom while Mr. Larry is present.
Where's Mr. Andrews?
I believe he's with his client outside.
Okay. All right. Any objection to OIC or Mr. Andrews?
I have no objection to what I see over there.
Okay. All right. Do we have a stipulation as to the identification of the complainant witness?
We do.
That being Janae Harrison.
Accurate.
Right.
Court receives that stipulation. Ready to call your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. People would call it Day One Larry.
Sir, please step forward. Give your name and spelling of your name to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I can't hear you, sir. Have a seat in the witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that's going to be to your left. Just yank that over.
All right, so Mr. Larry, I'm gonna have, like Your Honor indicated, okay, I'm gonna need you to speak up, I'm gonna ask you some questions, I need you to speak up, pay attention, okay? Okay, and then speak into that microphone. You're wearing a mask, so it's gonna be hard to hear your voice, okay? Okay, proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
So Mr. Larry, I'm gonna have you state your name for the record. And can you spell your first and last name? Thank you, Mr. Larry. Now, just gonna ask you a few questions, all right? Now, I'm first gonna ask you, do you know a John A. Harrison?
Yes.
And do you know a Marcel Carter?
Yes.
And do you know a Deshaun Miller?
Yes.
All right. And can I ask you about Mr. Miller? Does he go by a particular name you call him?
No.
Okay, just call him Deshaun?
Sean.
Sean?
Yes.
And Marcel Carter, does he go by a particular name that you call him?
No.
No, you just call him Marcel?
Sure.
Marcel? All right. Now I'm gonna take you back to December 8th of last year. Do you remember that day? Okay. Do you remember meeting with those gentlemen on that day? All right. Now, was it in the evening, afternoon, morning? Do you remember? Okay. And how did you go about getting together?
I just got out of school and I was asked to go to the mall. So you came in. So I went to the mall.
Okay, how did you get to the mall?
I got picked up.
By who?
Janai.
Janai? Okay. And was Janai driving a car then?
Yeah.
All right. Was there anyone else in the car?
2 weeks.
And who were those people?
Two.
Deshaun himself? And again, speak up, and I need you to answer yes or no, not yeah, okay?
Yes.
All right. So Deshaun and Sel were in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know whose car it was that Johnny was driving?
I think his car.
Janae's car? All right. Now, do you recall approximately when you got to the mall? Do you know about when you got to the mall, like about what time?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Probably around like 5 or something.
All right. Now, what mall was it?
I don't know.
What city was the mall?
I think. Dearborn.
Dearborn? Okay. Is it Fairlane Town Center?
Yeah. I think so.
Okay. All right. Now, what were you guys doing at the mall?
I was getting my jewelry clean, and I was getting glasses fixed.
All right. And so all that was done. What did you guys do? How long were you at the mall?
I want to say probably about an hour or 2.
And then when you left the mall, did you all leave together?
Yes.
And was it in John I's car? And where did you go after the mall?
To the house.
Whose house?
Janai.
And then, so Janai's house?
Yeah.
What did you do there?
We waited on him to take his shower, so he changed clothes.
Okay.
Then we took pictures after he changed his clothes.
All right. And do you recall what the pictures were of? Do you recall what you were taking pictures of?
I don't remember. We just take pictures of
Each other? Okay. And if I showed you those pictures again today, would you recognize them?
I see.
All right. And Your Honor, if I may approach.
You may.
So for the record, I'm showing you people's proposed exhibits 2, 3, and 4. So just handing those to you. Oh, you got the mic. So I'm going to show those to you. All right, this is 2. You recognize that?
Yes.
All right, what is it?
Picture.
Picture. Was it the picture? One of the pictures you were taking at Janae's?
Yeah.
All right, and then this is proposed 3. And what's that? Picture that you're taking at Janae's? Right. And then this is people's 4, proposed 4. What's that? And this is another picture that was taken at Janae's? All right. Now, all 3 of those photos, so proposed 2, 3, and 4, are those accurate representations of the photos that you guys took?
Can you repeat that?
So all those photos I showed you, proposed 2, 3, and 4, are those accurate and true and accurate copies of the photos that you guys took?
Yeah.
People would offer the evidence 2, 3, and 4.
Any objection?
None.
Admitted? Move to publish?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, after, so about how long were you at Chennai's, do you remember?
No, I don't.
All right. Did you leave at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And when you left, did you leave with anybody else?
Yes.
And who did you leave with?
We all left together.
Okay. And what were you guys doing?
Chilling in the car, riding, smoking.
Smoking what?
Just smoking.
Smoking weed?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was in the car?
Everybody. Whether it's me, John, Jill, not.
And was this Janae's car the same car?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point, you said you were smoking weed. Did that affect you at all while you're driving around? Were you able to stay awake, or what was going on?
A little bit. I was laid back, chilling.
Okay. Did you ever fall asleep?
Yeah, I dozed off a little bit.
Okay. And then how about, did you notice any of the other people in the car, whether they were awake or falling asleep?
A little bit.
And who did you notice fell asleep?
Nah, he was tired actually, so he gave up the car.
So who was driving?
Still.
So Sel was driving, and then so Janae was in the passenger seat. Was that the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that he fell asleep?
Yes.
Now, was there anything, so during this time, were you sleeping the whole time, or were you in and out of sleep?
I don't want to sleep that all the time. I said I was laid back chilling. Then I even dozed up a little bit. Now I don't want to say like a long dozed up, but I dozed off a little bit.
Right. And then, was there anything that drew your attention, that alerted you, that you heard or saw?
I mean, we had the music good. We riding around. I don't know where I just heard some shots.
Heard some shots? Okay. Now, how many shots did you hear initially?
I heard 3, but I heard 2 fast. Then after that, that's when I heard the third shot. And I seen the flash, and I couldn't see it. It was like gunpowder in my eye. Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you look at anybody when you heard any of these shots?
It was a little blurry. I can see a little bit.
Okay. Who did you look at?
I was just looking in front of me. And on the side of me, I was trying to see what was going on.
Okay. And then when you looked to the side of you, what did you see?
Still, I seen everybody in the car.
Okay. So when you looked at Sean, what did you see?
I just seen him sitting next to me with a gun.
Saw him holding a gun?
Yeah, but I didn't know what was really going on. I just heard shots. Yeah, I was asking what was going on and stuff. I don't know why they saying that, but they was telling me calm down and stuff. You feel me? I was noisy.
Well, let's go back to, you saw Sean with the gun.
Right.
Describe how he was holding the gun.
He was just holding it in his hand. With 2 hands.
Okay, was he holding it in an upward position, downward?
Direction leading?
Down.
Rephrase.
So how was he holding it? In what position was the gun when the defendant was, when Deshaun was?
I saw he was lowering the gun.
You saw him lower the gun?
Yeah.
Okay. And what position did he lower it from?
I got something in my hand.
And you don't need to show the court. And you are just to aid the witness. just to beat him a little bit, I just want to ask him whether the gun was in an upright position, whether it was in a lower position, any lower.
How can you describe how the
It
gun
was
is?
coming down from the upright,
Say that again, sir.
coming down from the upright.
Can you show us with one hand what you're talking about?
For the record, Mr. Larry is pointing, his
He has his right hand extended forward.
And now, what was, the gun pointed to?
So I'm saying, I don't know, it was coming down from upright.
Okay. Now, when you looked at Cell, did he have a gun in his hand?
No, sir.
And, did Janae have a gun in his hand? Okay. Did Janae have a gun on him?
I don't know.
Now, can you please repeat, so what was said after the shots were fired?
They was yelling, telling me to calm down.
When you say they, who do you mean?
Yeah.
Both Cell and Sean?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did they say anything else?
They was asking about the body, like what was we gonna do with the body?
Okay.
So, sir, it'd be helpful if you tell us exactly who said what is saying instead of saying they.
Sure, he asked us what we was gonna do with the body.
Okay.
And he said he knew what we was gonna do.
All right. And then, what did you guys do from there?
We was riding to wherever or still said, drop the body at, I don't know, because I'm not from out there.
That's fine. That's fine. So who was driving the cars out?
Yeah, we driving the car.
Okay. And when you drove to that location, was Janae still in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of condition was Janae in at that time?
I don't know, he was having at the time.
Okay. Now, so at some point you got to whatever location, is that right?
Right.
All right. So when you got there, what did Cell and Sean, what did they do?
Got out of the car and they asked to go get the body out.
Okay. So both of them asked you to help? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And so when they, and what did you do in response?
I just asked shocked, like, y'all want to help me what? I was just shocked at the moment.
All right. And then did you eventually help them? Did you eventually help them?
I heard you right there.
Did you eventually help Cell and Sean move the body?
I don't remember that.
Pardon me?
I don't remember that.
You said you don't remember?
Not quite.
Do you remember seeing the body being moved?
Yes.
Okay. Now, where were you when the body was being moved?
I was outside the door.
Okay. Did you have your hands on the body while it was being moved?
I don't remember doing that part. I don't remember checking.
Okay. At the point that the body was being moved, did you, and this is Janae, right? Body is Janae, right?
Right.
Okay. The point is being moved. Do you see Janae moving at all?
No.
No? Okay. And where did you see Janae's body ultimately get taken to?
I don't know. It was dark. I don't know where he was at.
Okay. Was it dropped somewhere?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And if you saw a photo of where it was dropped, would you recognize that?
No.
No? You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me kind of take you back here. Now you said you don't remember helping Cell and Sean move the body. Is that right?
So I don't remember.
Okay. Now you gave a written statement back on February Third, you remember that?
No, not quite.
Okay, you remember giving a written statement, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now if I show you that today, will that help refresh your memory?
If I read it,
Yeah. That'll help refresh your memory?
Answer the question, sir.
yes, sir.
All right, 1 second. All right, so I'm gonna have you, show you this. Have you read from where it says John A. Okay? Just read what you did. Read it. Now, if I play the interview, the audio from that interview, Mr. Larry, will that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
For the record, this is a recording of the interview with Detective Barrow, Detective Smith, and witness John Larry, occurred on February 3rd.
Can I ask a question? Are you allowed screen share?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that's not Dr. Screaming, I can't see. And I can't hear. Smoke all in my eyes. Okay. And it was like Shell was like she was like we got a dump. Sean was like where? Shell was like I know where to go. We drove to a spot by the bridge. I don't know where he was at though, cause I ain't from out there. Basically, then they was like we gotta hop out. We gotta ditch him. So I'm like, I ain't want to get out though, but you feel me? I had to, cause I ain't want them. I ain't want to be the next person. Yeah. So I just got out. I let them get out first though, then I hopped out. Who got the gloves? Everybody. Who gave you the gloves? When you get in the car? Yeah. Where were they located in the car? Front, back seat, because he was working. You know what I'm saying? So you guys all get out the car. What happens next? I want to say Sean grabbed him first. You grabbed Janai, right? Yeah. What did you grab him at? Back. His back? Yeah. Sure. Did he have gloves on when he did that? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. What color were the gloves? Like black. So he grabbed the back of his shirt? I did. No, what did Sean grab? Sean grabbed, he was like orange. Orange. So he put him forward like this? Yeah. Like both his arms? Yeah. Pulled him out of the car. And Sil was grabbing his like his legs. Like what body part? And you grabbed his back shirt? Yeah, right there. Okay. I was so scared, bro. I didn't want to grab that man. Yeah.
All right, and for the record, I started the recording at 12 minutes and 14 seconds approximately, and stopped at 12 minutes and 16 seconds approximately. After listening to that, Mr. Larry, does that help your refresh your memory? Yes. All right. Now, I'll ask the question again. Were you helping move John A.'s body? Yes. Okay. And were you wearing anything on your hands while you were moving the body? Yes. What were you wearing? And where did you get the gloves from? Okay. And as far as Zell and Sean, were they also wearing gloves? Yes. Now, so I'll ask you again, where did you guys move the body to? I don't really know. I just know it was dark. It was dark. It was somewhere by some bridge. And he just moved there. He pushed. Okay. Now, when you dumped the body, when you dropped the body, was Janae moving? I don't know. So again, I'll ask you, so would it help to refresh your memory if let me ask you this, if I show you a photo of where the body was found, will that help refresh your memory? It was dark. So it might help refresh your memory. It might. May I approach, Your Honor? You may. So, Mr. Larry, I'm showing you what's marked as People's Proposed 7. If you can take a look at that, does that look familiar to you?
I can't hear you. Speak into the microphone.
I said I couldn't really see what I was looking at. A little bit. I see bridge in the back.
Does this look familiar as far as December 8th?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, how does it look familiar? What is this that we're looking at?
I see a bridge and a little trees.
So does that look like the area where Janae's body was dropped?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Now I'm going to show you People's Proposed number 8. You take a look at that. Okay. Does that look like the area where Janae's body was dropped? Yes. Okay. And so those two photographs, are those true and accurate representations of as far as the location where Janae's body was dropped? And people would offer as evidence People's Proposed 7 and 8.
No objection.
And move to publish. Now, after dropping the body off, what did you guys do?
We left.
And how did you leave? Okay, and then who drove?
Same person was driving. Same.
Now, where did you guys drive to?
He was leaving from over there, which I don't know where I was at, but we ended up, I think, in Rouge.
Okay. Do you know what type of place you were at when you arrived wherever you were?
At a house,
A house? Okay. Did you recognize that house?
a little bit.
A little bit? Whose house did you think it was?
I want to say, guys,
Right. And what did you do at the house?
nothing.
Okay. Did you see Sel and Sean get out of the car?
We all got out.
Y'all got out? Okay. Did you see what Sean and Sel did at the house?
Sean didn't do nothing. So it was just, he told on the door and that was it.
Okay. And where were you when Sel was tugging on the door?
Sean,
And where was Sean?
in front of me,
And how far away were you from Marcel when he was tugging on the door?
probably like 3 feet, cause I was behind Sean. She like 3 feet.
And you're saying Sel didn't actually get into the house then?
No, sir.
Did anybody get in the house?
No, sir.
Not that you saw.
Nothing that I saw.
And then what did you guys do?
Okay.
Okay. Now, did anybody clean out anything else from the car?
No, sir.
Okay. So,
Not at that moment, that nobody did.
all right, at some point after the shooting, did somebody clean something out of the car?
Yes.
Okay, and who did that?
Sure.
And what did Shell clean out of the car?
No, he just cleaned out the car, doing stuff like that.
Okay. And and that was Sean, correct? That was Sean who was cleaning stuff out of the car?
I said, sure.
Sorry, that was stuff. And did you see Sean take anything out of it?
No, sir.
Now, again, I'm going to refer you to the interview that you did on February 3rd, okay? Now, what you just said is that you didn't see Sean take anything out of the car.
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember? Okay. So if I play part of that interview, will that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I don't remember.
All right.
We went to, then we went to the gas station.
Mm-hmm. Which gas station? You know?
Nah, by cell house though.
By Marcel's house?
Yeah,
Just you and him?
yeah.
What take place next?
We left from the gas station.
Mm-hmm.
We got gas first though.
What was the plan with the car Marcel had? What he thought what he was gonna do?
I don't know what you was trying to do with it. I don't know.
Did Marcel try to clean up the blood?
Yeah.
At the gas station?
Yeah.
Did he remove any shell casings or anything like that?
Nah, Sean took them.
Sean took the shell casings.
Did that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, so was there something you saw Sean take out of the car?
Shell cases.
And where were you when that was done?
Still backseat.
Do you know where the car was?
What do you mean?
What location the car was at?
At the time,
Yes.
well, that was after the body situation.
Okay. And was that before going to Joanne's?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember like what kind of location? Was it a business? Was it a house? Or was it- You don't know?
No.
Okay. All right, now let's move on. After stopping at John A's, where did you guys go next?
He was driving, I think we was driving.
And who was driving?
Shit.
And did he ultimately drive somewhere?
Yeah.
Where was that?
I don't know, somewhere,
Well, let me ask you
somewhere
this.
around there or something.
Let me ask you this. While Sel was driving, was there anything out of the ordinary that you know?
That's in what?
Can you give us an indication of how fast you noticed Sel drive?
He wasn't going too fast at the time.
Okay. At any point, did he speed up? Do you notice?
Not at the time.
Okay, at some point while he was driving, did he speed up?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you notice anything when he sped up? Did you notice anything, any cars around you, anything like that?
So I think the police car behind us.
Okay. And did the police car have its lights on? Emergency lights, flashing lights?
A little bit. I caught it around a little bit.
Okay. Did you hear a siren?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was around that time that Sel started speeding up?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Well, it was just me and Shell at the car at the time.
Just you and Sel? Okay. All right. And well, let's go back then. What happened to Sean?
So we dropped him off.
Okay. And that was after you left John A's house?
Yeah.
Okay. But sometime after that was when you heard the siren, saw the police car. You just speak.
Yes. Yes.
Now, and so when you see this, what happened?
I didn't know that we was getting chased by the police.
Okay. And how long was the chase?
Chase was like, it wasn't that long.
Okay. And what happened when the chase ended?
We had gotten to a crash on the freeway.
Okay. So you kept driving?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you happen to notice the police car? Did the police car keep following you?
I didn't notice the police car still did. That's why he started driving fast.
Okay. But you never noticed whether the police car had left? No.
I mean, when you're driving fast, he goes to police.
Okay. Now, so you said there was a crash.
Yeah.
All right. And can you describe the crash? What you saw?
I can't really describe it for real. We got hit from behind and we spent out of the truck.
And then where did the car end up?
On the freeway on the side, like on the side of the freeway.
Now, was that, and that's Jenny's car, is that right?
Yes.
Now, after the crash, what did you do?
I was in shock mode and I was panicking because we got to the crash. I had to get out the car. Still we had to go, so we left.
Okay. Now, after you left the car, did you ever come back to the car?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you see Sal come back to the car?
Yes.
Okay. And then after leaving you, did you see him again?
Yes, he came back to
Okay. And then when he came back to you, did he have anything with him?
some type of bag.
And then from there, what did you do?
I guess I was following Seal. We was running around that place, around that area, which I don't know where it's at, but we was running.
Where did you end up running to?
Some type of pizza place.
And then what happened at the pizza place?
Got picked up.
And do you remember who picked you up?
I think it was Seal's mom.
And then from there, where did you go?
To her house.
And did you end up spending the night there, or did you go? Now, if you saw so the car that was being driven is Janae's car, you saw that today, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Yeah, Coach Runner?
Mayor, I'll stipulate your admission of the photograph.
All right. Proceed by stipulation.
So, Mr. Larry, I'm going to show you, this is first up, people's proposed 9. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the car then?
Yes.
All right. And then this is 10. Is that the car?
Yes.
And then this is 11. And is that the car?
Yes.
And then this is 12. Is that the front seat of the car?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just staying on equals 12. Now, is that what it looked like when you were moving Janae's body?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it too dark for you to see?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Was this the seat that Janae was seated in?
Yes.
Okay. And now, when you said that Sal was cleaning up the car at some point, was he cleaning up this area of the car?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just stand up what has been admitted as equals 9, 10, 11, and 12. All right, now, you referred to a gentleman named Sean, okay? Correct? In your testimony, you referred to a man named Sean, correct?
Can you refer that? What do you mean by that?
Okay, you've been talking about somebody named Sean who was with you on December 8th.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you saw him again today, would you recognize him?
I mean, if you don't look different, yeah.
You would recognize him? Okay. Do you see him in this courtroom?
Stand up and look around if you like.
Okay. And if you could just identify where he is in the courtroom?
Right.
To your right?
Back right.
Okay. And so he's seated on one of the benches?
Yes.
All right. And an item of his clothing. Can you identify an item of his clothing? Something he's wearing.
Black.
Black what? A black what?
I said black color, but I'm not sure.
Is he? You describe his hair, short, long?
Medium.
Sir, can you just point to him? You got 2 hands. You can
I
hold
said the
one.
back right.
So, for the record, Mr. Larry pointed to the defendant, Sean Miller.
So no.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Larry, I identified, or I asked you about an interview you did on February 3rd. You remember doing an interview prior to that on January 18th?
Yes,
Okay. And do you remember that interview was by Zoom?
yes,
Okay. On February 3rd, the interview was in person, is that right?
yes,
Okay. Now, when you did your first interview by Zoom, okay, were there some statements you made that were not correct?
yes,
Okay. Now, today you testified that that you saw the defendant lowering his gun after he heard the shot, correct?
yes.
On January 18th, did you tell the police that?
I don't remember.
Don't remember? Okay. So you don't remember whether you made an inconsistent, whether you made a different statement from that?
No.
1 second.
What are you doing, sir?
And Your Honor, I apologize. I'm trying to find the spot in the video with the statement. Let me just leave it at this, Mr. Larry. You weren't completely honest with the police the first time you spoke to them. Is that fair to say?
I wasn't.
Okay. Why weren't you?
Because I was afraid.
What were you afraid of?
Talking to the police, period.
Were you afraid of what might happen to you as well?
Yes.
Suspend.
Was there anything other than the police you were afraid of?
Not quite.
Not quite. So there might have been something else you're afraid of.
Objection, repeating.
There might have been something else you're afraid of.
Mm.
You don't want to talk about that right now?
If you ask,
Okay, what else were you afraid of?
just giving up the people honor.
I didn't hear that. What was that, sir?
Giving up the people honor.
Giving up the people who hung around.
Yes.
Right. Now, finally, Mr. Miller, in exchange for your testimony today, here you were granted immunity. Is that correct? Do you know what that is? Okay. And basically, that requires you to testify truthfully today, and then you won't be charged with anything you testify to. Is that what you've agreed to?
Yes, I've been true.
Okay. And that's use immunity, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examine.
Good morning, Mr. Larry. I'm well, thank you for asking. If I ask you a question that you don't understand, just simply ask me to ask you the question again. Understood? Don't answer yes or answer answer yes or no. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Larry, let's start here. You received an immunity agreement, correct?
Yeah.
And that means if you admit to a crime here today, you are free from prosecution, correct?
Your Honor, that's an inaccurate characterization of the order. The order speaks for itself.
The question is, you're not going to be prosecuted for anything that you can happen on December 8th, is that correct?
And that's incorrect as well, Your Honor.
That's
It's
the
what he
second part of that,
testified
it
to.
has to be truth in exchange for truthful testimony.
That's correct. But you, at this point, you understand that you will not be prosecuted for anything that occurred on December 8th, you get testimony, correct?
Can you
Your
explain
Honor,
it a
that's
little bit more better?
inaccurate. That's inaccurate. The agreement is that the witness will not be charged with anything he testifies to if he's truthful.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not. It's what he testifies to. We won't charge him.
I thought that's what you said.
It is what I said, man. Thank you. Now, sir, you're not going to be prosecuted so long as you're just truthful. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're not going to be prosecuted for assisting in dumping a body, correct?
I don't know.
Pardon me?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Now, sir, is it fair to say that you were living with Mr. Marcel Carter at the time of December 8th? Is that correct?
I wasn't living with him. I was just there for a minute.
You were staying there, correct?
Yes.
You were sleeping at his house, correct?
Yes.
And you have been sleeping at his house for a couple of days, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you continue to sleep after December 8th, you continue to stay at Mr. Marcel Carter's house, is that correct? I said, after December 8th, or after Janai's murder, you continue to live at Mr. Carter's house, correct?
No, sir.
You went back to the house after the murder?
Yeah, after the murder, that was just that night.
And then you stayed another night, is that correct?
No, I think I went home.
When did you go home?
After I came home from school.
What day? December what?
Had to be the 9th.
So you saying you went back to Atlanta on December 9th?
Yes, Your Honor, you didn't say you went to Atlanta.
And home is Atlanta, correct?
No, Detroit, I was still in the city.
Okay, so where were you staying in Detroit?
Your Honor, I'm going to answer this. This isn't relevant.
It is.
It's relevant that he was staying with Mr. Carter. It's not relevant where he was staying out of.
It's relevant to where he was staying after the murder.
As to where he was staying.
Pardon?
I don't need the actual address as to where he was staying.
I didn't answer the actual address.
You
I
answered
said, where was he
staying?
staying?
He answered the question, Detroit.
Sir, where were you living, or who were you staying with on December 9th, 2022?
I went home.
Went home, where?
Objection,
In
Your Honor.
Detroit.
He asked and answered. He said Detroit.
When did you leave to Atlanta?
Hmm?
When did you leave to Atlanta?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again.
Well,
Counsel probing into where the
I don't
witness
remember.
is residing. For
I
no
have
other
right to know
reason
where he
than
went
why-
after he killed somebody.
Excuse me, first and foremost, stop, everybody. First and foremost, you don't speak to each other, you address the court, okay? If there's an objection, then you stop and let me rule on the objection.
You're gonna let the defense work.
I'm gonna run this courtroom. Okay? What's your objection?
Your Honor, so we have a witness here who's worried about his security because he's testifying today. Okay, he doesn't want to reveal where he's staying. Counsel's probing into where he's staying.
I believe the question was, when did you go to Atlanta?
I said, I don't remember.
And that's not relevant. What's relevant is where he was staying. He's staying with his mom, fine. He's not staying with Carter. Counsel doesn't need to get into where, what city, all that. He's answered the question.
I don't think him asking, when did you go to Atlanta? He's not in Atlanta now. I don't think that's going into trying to establish where he's living. I'll allow that question, but I want to stay relevant as to the events of what was it, December 8th?
That's correct.
15th, or whatever the date was.
Thank you.
Why this particular line of questioning is relevant is that we have him inside of a car witnessing a murder and then fleeing the state of Michigan. We want to
I
know
would
when he
allow
left.
that. Why are we still talking about it?
Thank you. Sir, when did you leave Detroit to go to Atlanta?
I don't remember.
When did your mother come and pick you up to take you back to Atlanta?
Don't remember what day it was.
Okay, but it was shortly after December 8th?
Not shortly after.
How long after?
I don't remember.
1 week, 2 weeks?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay, but at a certain point, you do leave with your mother and go back to Atlanta, Georgia, correct?
Yes, it was already planned.
Okay, now, is it fair to say that on the day of this murder, you were living and staying with Marcel Carter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you spent the whole day with Marcel Carter that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you had been staying with Marcel Carter days prior to this murder, correct?
Can you
Where you
restate that?
stay, may I take down my mask and leave? Here, clerk.
Actually, no, gotta keep it up. Sorry.
I'll speak loud. And you had spent the entire day with Marcel Carter, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had been staying with Marcel Carter days before the murder, is that correct?
Yes.
And after the murder, you went to the mall with Marcel Carter, didn't you?
After the murder, I don't remember.
Okay, so you don't recall telling the police his mother went and took you and him and bought Air Force gym shoes together 2 days after the murder?
I remember her buying the shoes.
Okay, but that was 2 days after the murder, is that correct?
I don't remember what day it was.
But it was after the murder, correct?
I don't know. I don't keep up with the days, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, the first person you told was your mother, is that correct? About what happened in Detroit on December 8th?
No, sir.
That wasn't the first person you told, was your mother?
I really don't remember.
Okay. Okay. Now, you first talked to the police on January 18th, 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But before January 18th, 2023, you hadn't spoken to the police at all, correct?
Don't remember.
Don't remember whether you talked to the police prior to January 18th, 2023?
I remember talking to him on the 18th, but I don't remember
But not
talking to him
before
before
that.
that. I don't remember.
All right. Now, the first time you talked to the police, you told the police on multiple occasions that you did not see Deshaun shoot, correct?
Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
Okay. In fact, he asked you, who did you see shoot? Your answer was, I didn't see nobody shoot, correct?
I made false statements.
Okay. Now, you also testified again, did you see Sean point the gun at Janai any time? Your answer was no, correct?
I made false statements.
Okay. The question was your answer that you didn't see him shoot?
I made false statements.
Sir, my question to you is,
Your Honor, he answered.
your answer was,
Your Honor,
excuse me, no, I'm answering the question. The
I
question
made
is,
false
did you
statements.
Hold
say,
on a second, Mr.
you're
Longstreet.
not answering the question.
Mr. Longstreet, when there's an objection, I need you to stop and let me rule on the objection, okay?
Very well, sir.
What's your objection?
Your Honor, he answered the question. He keeps on.
Ask and
asking the
answer.
question.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir.
What's one?
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Sir, my question to you is, you were asked multiple times whether you saw Deshaun shoot. Is that correct?
Made false statements.
And you gonna answer my question? And the question is,
I am.
did you make multiple, did you were asked multiple times, excuse me, let me finish my question. My question to you is, you were asked multiple times whether you saw Sean shoot, correct?
Yes, but I made false statements.
Thank you.
Well,
How many, did the police tell you to say that you made false statements?
no, myself.
Okay. Now, you said in your statement to the police on January 18, 2023, who did you see shoot? Your answer was, I didn't see nobody shoot. Was that your answer?
I made false statements.
Okay, was that your answer?
I made false statements.
Was that your answer?
I made false statements.
Stop. So that was your answer, but it was false at the time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just need you to concentrate on the question that's being asked and answer that question. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you see Sean point the gun at Janai anytime? Answer was no, sir. Correct?
Yes.
And on what occasion, Your Honor?
We're talking about the same statement, same question. January 18, 2023. At a certain point, the prosecutor makes so many objections that they interfere with defense right to present defense.
Doing this job, Mr. Longstreet, that's what you are. Let's go.
Now, sir,
yes,
you were asked again, did you see Deshaun point the gun at Janai at any time? Your answer was no, correct?
What was this?
The January 18, 2023 statement to the police on Zoom, the question was asked to you, did you see Sean
yes.
point the gun at Janai anytime? And your answer was no, correct?
Yes, I made false
Thank
statements.
you. You were asked again a third time, the same statement, on January 18, 2023. You were asked, did you see Sean shoot Janai? Your answer was no, correct?
Yes, I made
All
false
right.
statements.
And you said that here today. You didn't see Sean shoot. So was that false too?
When did I say that?
You said that today.
Objection, Your
I
Honor.
didn't say that.
That's mischaracterization.
I didn't say that.
Sir,
Yes,
you said at least 4 times in that January 18, 2023 statement that you did not see Sean shoot. Is that
yes,
correct?
I made false statements.
All right. Now, you also made a false statement when you told the police that you didn't help dump the body, correct?
Yes, I made false statements.
All right, and you said that at least 4 times, correct? That you didn't help dump the body.
Like,
He asked you like you said at least 4 or 5 times during that January 18, 2023 statement that you didn't help dump the body,
I
correct?
made false statements, sir.
Okay, but my question again to you is, during that statement, you told the police on multiple occasions that you did not assist dumping the body, correct?
Yes, I made false statements.
Okay, and then today you testified that you didn't remember whether you helped dump the body, correct?
Yes, they shot me.
Okay, until you were faced with your statement saying you helped dump the body.
I was remembering, right?
Okay, you will remember, but when the police said that you was lying, when the prosecutor asked you, you didn't remember. And then when you were faced with the statement, you decided to tell the truth, right?
You said that.
You lied to the police during the January 18th statement, correct?
Yes, false statement.
You came in here today and testified you didn't remember, right?
Yes, I didn't remember.
Until the prosecution showed you a video you saying you helped dump the body, then you remember,
Yeah, I
correct?
remember.
Okay, so did you make a false statement here today?
No, sir.
Okay, that you didn't remember?
What?
Did you make a false statement here today in court that you did not remember dumping the body?
Objection, Your Honor. He answered the question.
Go ahead. Did you make a false statement here in court today that you did not remember assisting dumping the body?
I didn't remember, so I asked to be remembered.
Okay, now, you said in your January 18th, after the police lied to you and said you were on video, that's when you admitted to dumping the body, correct?
Yes, it was false
Okay.
statements.
After the police lied to you and told you they had you on camera dumping the body, then you changed your story to, yes, I helped dump the body. Isn't that true, sir?
Would you say you rephrase that?
In your January 18th, 2023.
I can't hear you.
In your January 18th, 2023 statement, you maintained that you did not dump the body until the police lied to you and told you they had you on a camera dumping the body, then you changed your story to, I helped dump the body. Isn't that true, sir?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that either?
Okay. It's hard for me to remember, man. I played football. Had a discussion with you.
So you have you have no problem remembering what happened on December 8th? Because you played football?
No.
Okay, so you remember what happened on December 8th, but you didn't remember lying to the police?
I just told I made false mistake. False comments.
Mm-hmm. Now again, but in regards to your memory, you said you couldn't remember certain things because you played football,
Yes,
right?
that's what I said.
All right, but you can remember what happened on December 8th, but you can't remember lying to the police?
Certain things I remember, certain things I don't.
Okay. You remember those things that help you, and don't remember those things that don't, correct?
Call it what you want to call it.
Okay. Do you recall telling the police that Sean was with you when you got into the car accident on January 18th, 2023?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that either? Okay. Type of gun. You indicated today that at a certain point you saw Sean pick up the shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You remember being shown, you remember saying in your January 18th, 2022 statement that the firearm was a pistol and it didn't have casings?
Pistol that didn't have cases. You refresh that, like, what are you saying?
Do you recall saying that the
I
firearm?
can't hear you, sir. You walking away from the speaker.
Do you recall telling the police that the firearm was a pistol? One not capable of having casings.
You just have a handgun.
Okay.
No, what gun it was. Just know it was a handgun, sir.
I didn't know it doesn't turn it on to the door. Do you recall telling the police in your January 18th, 2023 statement that you and Sale dropped Sean off before the shooting? And that Sean was not with you the entire time?
Huh?
Do you recall telling the police, the question being asked, did you ever drop Sean off before the shooting? Your answer was, no, Sean was not with us the entire time. Do you recall saying that?
Your Honor, this court may be a lot loud.
My name is Mr. Longstreet, co-host.
I'm My screen's up, I think your screen is still up. On the street. Thank you. Recall saying that no, he was not with us the entire time? That is perhaps you should mute your device with the wrong street and share the audio. It is, actually it is on me. We're getting the reflection from the sound. You share the audio? I turned on audio on mine. You share the audio. Like you share the screen, share the audio.
Did you guys ever drop Deshaun off anywhere before the shot took place, or he was with y'all the whole entire time? He was with you the whole entire time? No. He was not?
All right. Here yourself, give a statement on January 18th, 2023, when the question was asked of you, was Sean dropped off prior to the shooting? Your answer was, no, he was not with us. They asked you again, was Sean there dropped off before the shots was fired? Again, you answered, no, he wasn't with us. You recall saying that?
I believe the video said with us the entire time.
He said, no, he wasn't with us the entire time.
The entire time. You left that out in your question. You said it's not with us.
The entire time.
The entire time.
And your answer was, no, he was not with us the entire time. Correct?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay, but you heard yourself say that, right?
I ain't heard it.
Just wait a minute.
Did you guys ever drop Deshaun off anywhere before the shot took place, or he was with y'all the whole entire time?
He was with us the entire time.
He was with you the whole entire time?
No.
He was not?
hear yourself say again.
Yeah, I heard it.
Was Sean with you prior to the shot being fired? You said, no, he was not with us the entire time.
I heard that.
Again, you were asked, was Sean with you when the shots were fired? You said, no, correct?
Ask and answer.
Now, the prosecution showed you 3 pictures, is that correct?
Yes.
That's definitely 3 photographs of the 3. You testified you saw Sean with a gun, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, you were given photographs of people who exhibit 2, 3, and 4, correct?
I see those pictures.
You were showing up. Now, the tall, handsome guy in the middle right there,
That's me.
that's you.
I know that's me.
There's you, right?
I know it's
You
me.
see there standing there with your boy, Carter, correct?
Yes, sir.
He got a pistol in his hand, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this exhibit number 4,
I didn't say he had it on him in that picture.
you
Did I
didn't
say
see
that?
no gun, right?
I didn't say he had it on him in that picture. Did I say that?
Now, Janai got a gun, right?
And nobody asked about him.
Question is, there's no gun in my client's hand.
I
right?
didn't say he had a gun in his hand at that moment, sir. I didn't say that.
We get another photograph with no gun in his hand, correct?
Did I say he had a gun in his hand at that point?
No, sir. The question is, did you see any photographs?
No, not in the photos, no.
All right, thank you.
I don't even got a gun in my hand in the photos.
But you was there with the guns, right?
You said what?
You were there with the guns, right?
Yeah, I was.
Did you hold the guns too?
No, sir.
You didn't take a photograph with the guns?
I don't remember.
You don't remember taking photographs with the guns? Well, that gets some water, Judge. I'm moving first. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Sir, were you aware the police were lying to you when they told you they had you on camera dumping the body?
Is that?
Did you know the police were lying to you when they told you they had you on camera dumping the body?
I don't know. I ain't know what to believe. I don't know.
All right. Now, that's what made you change your story from I didn't dump the body to I did dump the body, correct?
Objection.
Would you be scared for your friend too?
That question was asked about 15 minutes ago. He keeps
I
going back
have
to the
heard
same
this
question.
already, Mr. Longstreet. It's the same.
Now, you made a second statement, correct? On February 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police then, I heard the shot, but I didn't see him?
Didn't see the 2 shots. No, sir.
Okay. Now, sir, do you recall in your statement on January 18, 2023, where you said the shots came from your right?
No.
Okay.
I don't understand that. I remember saying left, but I couldn't hear on my right and left. I remember saying that.
Do you recall pointing to your right side, saying it was over here?
Said I couldn't hear my right side. And from the left and blew out both ears. So,
So did you hear the gunshots closer to you in the back seat or more towards the front of the car?
Yeah, it was like.
You see yourself pointing to the right side?
Huh?
Do you see yourself pointing to the right side?
I'm using though.
What's all due respect, so if you just take a look and see when they ask you, did the shots come from the front or the rear, you point to your right side?
No, I didn't. I pointed to the left. It's my mom's phone, sir. Pointed to the left ear. It's my mom's phone. I have bad connection to the G.
So did you hear the gunshots closer to you in the back seat or more towards the front of the car?
Yeah, it was like. But I still heard it in my right.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'm gonna object. The defendant or the witness answered the question. Now, we don't know, this is Zoom. Sometimes Zoom does a mirror image. We don't know if this is a mirror image. So if counsel is trying to impeach the witness in some way, he's already answered the
What's your
question.
legal objection?
I would ask that any follow-up on the witness's answer is an ask and answer question.
You hear yourself say, oh, let me get this straight. You were in the passenger side of the vehicle.
When?
You were in the rear passenger, correct?
The back seat.
You were in the rear passenger side of the vehicle, correct?
The back seat.
That's what he means by rear.
Yes, back passenger.
Yes, I was in the back seat.
Okay,
Right side.
all right, now you hear yourself saying in this video, the shots come from the front, back or to the front. And you said to my right.
I didn't say to my right, sir.
Okay. Now, sir, you testified the other day that you allegedly saw Mr. Sean Miller with his hand extended. Was his hand extended towards the front of the vehicle?
It gotta be if he's.
Okay. Now, you would say that would be a very short range between his hand and what Janai was sitting, correct?
No, nah, you said some type of way.
Okay. How was Janai sitting in the vehicle? Can you tell us that in the front seat?
He was sitting straight up.
He was sitting straight up.
Yeah.
And you're saying Sean was in the back seat, right? You were saying Sean Miller was in the back seat with you,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. And he was sitting on the opposite side of the car.
Left
The rear
side.
driver, correct?
He's on the left side.
Okay. Now you're saying that you saw my client point a firearm at Janai, correct?
I seen him bring it down.
You saw him bring it down. You saw him bring it down from allegedly Janai, correct?
Yes.
And there was a very short distance between his hand and Janai's, correct?
Yes.
All right, a very short distance. Couple inches, right?
Just like that.
Just like that. Would it say for the record, my hand is approximately less than a foot from the rear of the prosecution?
It would be kind of different because he's in my car, so it's like he's turned sideways. Yes, sir. Both hands. Yes.
Okay. Indicating for the record, my hands are both approximately less than 12 inches from the left rear shoulder of the prosecutor and approximately a foot from the back of his head. Can you stipulate that for the record, prosecutor? So no. Thank you. Do you recall the police showing you a Glock in the video?
Oh,
Remember the police showing you a Glock in the video?
I don't know what type of gun it was, sir.
You remember police showing you during your Zoom interview, you recall the police showing you a firearm?
I remember.
Okay, you remember that? Remember what type of gun it was?
No, I just said that, sir.
Okay. You recall saying that that wasn't the type of gun that was used in the shooting? It was a pistol?
A handgun. I said handgun.
Did it like this?
No. You recall the police showing you this?
Yeah, I said I remember.
All right,
yes, sir.
all right, got it.
No, it wasn't no Glock. It wasn't a Glock, but it was saying it was a pistol though for him, right? Yeah, it was a pistol.
What did Sean say after?
All right. And here's supposed to say it was a pistol, correct?
Yes.
Pistol being a
That's a
revolver?
handgun. Hmm?
Pistol being a revolver?
No.
Like cowboy shit with a little circle thing in the middle?
No, sir.
It wasn't that type of gun?
No.
So it wasn't the type of gun the police carry, and it wasn't a pistol either. What was it?
I don't know what type of gun it was, sir.
Pistol being a handgun.
I said handgun. Handgun can be any type of gun.
I understand, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the police on multiple occasions that you did not go back to the Don's house?
I mean, false statement.
I'm saying, so you made false statements about you going back to the Don's house?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because you didn't want to get stuck with them too. That jury got stole out of here.
Bro, I am a rapper. I don't have to steal anything. Nobody.
So did you go back to the house?
No, sir.
You didn't go back to the
I
house?
did not by myself. No. No.
You were asked multiple times during this interview on January 18th, 2023, whether you went back to Janai's house after their murder, and you repeatedly said no.
I paid for a statement, sir.
Until again, they said they had you on camera at the house, then you changed your story, right?
Did I?
Did you? You tell me.
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember?
You tell me what I said. I'm not trying to be smart or anything. I'm just asking.
Judge, I have to go to the federal court.
I hope you wrap it up. You said you want to be done by 1, right? It's 12:41, 12:42.
Keep on. I can't, can the court call the federal court for me? Another one may be a little late. You better come from you than me.
What time are you supposed to be there?
I gotta get there at 2. You can call and say, hey, Mr. Walton, will be there at 2:30. I'm holding by force. I should be okay.
Yeah, I have one of the attorneys with my clerk number.
Okay.
Replace the call. Keep going. I still get you out of here as one. I'm confident.
the Janiyah house after that? Be honest. Be honest.
Like what you mean that night?
That night after y'all dropped the body and stuff like that, did you ever go back to the house that night or the day after?
Yeah, we went back.
Y'all went back? Who all went back to the house the day after?
Now, you say to the police, you went back to the house the day after. Remember that?
Sure.
Okay, so again, first you say you didn't go to the house, now you're saying you went to the house the day after.
I have made false statements, sure.
Okay. How many false statements have you made today, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at the time that you made these false statements, you were in a whole other state, correct?
Well, on the phone, I was here.
Sir, with all due respect, when you made all these false statements on Zoom, you were in an entire another state, correct?
Yes, there's my friends.
You were not under arrest, right?
No.
All right, the police were not in the room with you, right?
No.
And you was in the comforts of your home.
But on the phone with the police at the time.
But you were afraid to talk to the police.
I'm scared to talk to them.
Okay, now, you also made false statements on your February 3rd statement, correct?
That happened.
Okay, you made false statements on February 3rd statement, correct?
Which statement was that?
The statement you made live in front of the police with the two officers sitting in the room.
Yeah, I didn't remember something.
Okay, so you didn't remember things and you made false statements there too, because there you said you didn't help come to body, correct?
Sure.
And you also didn't remember going back to the house in your February 3rd statement, correct?
I mean, those false statements, I said that.
That too, all right.
Yeah, I am, Jack. That's a mischaracterization of the February 3rd interview.
Well, he just said he made false statements during that. I'm sorry, prosecution, my apologies, sir.
He didn't make those false statements on February 3rd. Those were false statements on January 8th. So I think the witness is misunderstanding the question.
And I think you
Let me
just
see if I can coach it. Sir, you made two different statements. One of the statements you made on Zoom, and as I gather, at the time you made that statement, it was on Zoom and you were out of state, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you said in that statement, who was it, December 18th? December 18th, you made some false. January 18th, I'm sorry, you made some false statements.
Yes, I did, sir.
All right. You took another interview after that, was it February 3rd?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you made your statements February 3rd, did you lie to the police in that statement?
I don't quite remember if I did.
Did you make an honest effort to tell the truth February 3rd?
Yes.
what do you do with your body cards?
Say what?
You help move the body, right?
Yes, sir.
What you do with your clothes? Body clothes?
There wasn't my clothes.
Okay. What you do with the gloves?
What you mean when I go to the
You have no gloves when you move the body, right? What you do with them?
I just took them off.
Who brought the gloves?
They was already in the car. I said that, sir.
Okay. So you didn't have them with you when you in the car, didn't have them with you? You and Mr. Marcel Carter didn't have them with you?
No, they was already in that car.
Okay.
Gotta think about it. The guy works.
There's no question on the floor, sir.
All right.
Now, you testified here today that you didn't see my client shoot, correct?
What'd you say?
You testified here today that you did not see my client fire the third shot, correct?
I said that?
You said you saw him lower the gun, you didn't see him shoot, is that correct?
I didn't see the 2 shots. I said I seen the flash though. I remember seeing the flash.
You recall telling the police in your second interview that you actually didn't see the first 2 shots, but you saw him shoot the third time.
I just said that, sir.
But here today, you said you saw him lower the gun, you didn't see him shoot. Is that
Said he
correct?
saw the flash.
Come on.
Very good. Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you read it right?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. People have any other witnesses?
Yes, one more witness, Demetrius, testimony from Officer Nagy. It takes about 5 minutes.
Okay. Make it fast.
And this is for the record, it's Officer Charles Nagy. Your Honor, I have the photos of the scene.
Raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So please have a seat for witness lines. Maybe begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, can you please state your full name for the record?
First name Charles, last name Nagy.
And how are you employed?
The microphone to your left, sir.
Police officer.
Pull it down. Pull it down.
I'll ask the question again. How are you employed?
Police officer with the city of Red Rouge.
Now, were you on duty on the day of December 15, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right. And on that particular day, what were you doing with respect to this case?
Detective Smith organized a search party for Mr. Harrison.
Okay. And Detective Smith is a detective with the Red Rouge Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of, why were you looking for Mr. Harrison?
He was reported missing by family members a week prior.
Okay. And is that John A. Harrison?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were part of that search?
Correct.
And did you find anything?
Yeah, I found Mr. Harrison near 75, Interstate 75, West Pleasant and Churchill Street.
Okay. And if I show a photo of where you saw him, would you be able to recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
So Officer Nagy, I'm showing you what's been admitted as People's 7. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Mr. Harrison. That's the field just east of Interstate 75 in the city of Detroit.
Okay. And so where you saw the body is in the city of Detroit?
That's correct.
And that's the county of Wayne?
Yes, sir.
State of Michigan?
Yeah.
Right. Now I'm showing you People's 8. What is that?
The same field, Mr. Harrison.
Okay. And are these true and accurate as far as where you saw Mr. Harrison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And that's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examine. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
That's it, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense? People,
People move for Windover.
Long Street.
The defense objection to Windover in that we don't believe that the prosecution has shown evidence that the court can conscientiously believe of my client's guilt based on the testimony that the court has heard here today. And I'm not gonna go into the great detail in regards to the inconsistent statements made by the witness, Mr. DeJuan Ramirez. He's made multiple inconsistent statements in regards to the shooting, when the shooting happened, how the shooting happened, whether he saw my client fire shots. He claims he made false statements in the beginning, he made false inconsistent statements here in the courtroom today. But what I do want the court to believe, and I'm going to trust the court's knowledge in regards to gunshot stippling, close range fire, and the evidence that's presented in this case, and the evidence in the science in this case simply does not match what the witness testified to. The reason why the defense wanted to call the MD, but found it not necessary, is that the court has knowledge in regards to stippling, gunshot stippling, how it results, how much distance has to be between the person and the fired gun in order for the stippling not to exist. What the court will see in the MD's report that there is no evidence of stippling. Now, the reason why I went to the great lengths of sitting behind the prosecution and talking about how far he was, how far the alleged shots were fired from the back of Mr. Harris's head, it was to establish the distance. I established a distance for a particular reason. I established 1 foot for a particular reason, because if a shot is fired inside of a car within 1 foot of the victim, there will be stippling. Because there is none, that shot was not fired inside that car. That shot was fired from a distance. And because that shot was fired from a distance, because of the absence of stippling, you know what that kid said could not be true. And because it's not true, you can't believe none of it. There can't be no conscientious belief that a murder happened when you can't believe how the murder happened. You can't believe how the murder happened because we know they're inside of a Ford Taurus. We know the distance between the front seat and the back seat is less than a foot. We know that the firearm was shot from less than a foot from the victim, but you have no stippling? That means that shot wasn't fired within no foot. It wasn't fired within inside the car. That's the science. I'm not trying to be intentional, man. It's not personal.
Yeah, use one of your.
Okay, I'll use it. Fine. Let me use cash.
There you go.
Mr. Cash.
That would make me feel,
Oh, I ain't trying to hurt that, man.
Just the simulation to make you.
Oh, I understand. Well, the shot is fired from less than a foot. There is no stippling. And because there's no stippling, we know it had to be a greater distance than a foot. That means that shot wasn't fired inside the car. The science don't match what that kid said. Not only that what he said himself is hard to believe. I don't remember this. I don't remember that. I only remember when I get challenged on my lie. How many times has he admitted he had to lie and change the story when he got caught in it? Or when the police lied to him, he turned around, oh, I'm now telling the truth. Then he makes inconsistent statements on the 18th, makes inconsistent statements on the 23rd, and then he makes them here today. The court has to review probable cause, not just on the totality, not just on the testimony of the witness, but on the totality of the evidence presented here at the preliminary examination. Not only did we have a quality of testimony that would be a manifest injustice bind over just on the testimony alone, because the prosecution had to impeach him, the prosecution had to impeach him based on the fact that he wasn't giving the prosecution honest answers. I had to impeach him based on the fact he wasn't giving me honest answers. He admitted to lying over and over and over and over again, and the science don't match. If the court is reviewing this based on totality of circumstances, this is not evidence of a quality that can give the court a conscientious belief that my client committed first-degree murder. The defense objection is behind.
Please.
So just with respect to count one, if the court doesn't find sufficient evidence for a felony murder, people would ask that the court find probable cause for murder second read. So just in response to counsel, so Mr. Larry was completely consistent today. He didn't give any false statements, didn't contradict himself at all on the stand. He acknowledged that when he was initially interviewed, he did make false statements, and the court saw that. Now, with respect to counsel is referring to gunpowder residue at the time of the shooting. Counsel, I'm sure, has tried a homicide case before, and Janemi will testify as far as whether he found gunshot powder on a body or not. Typically, what happens is the person's wearing clothing when they get shot. The autopsy is done; they're not wearing clothing. There can be a lot of reasons. There can be a lot of. So, with respect to defendant's science argument, that's not one that would defeat probable cause. So again, people would ask that the court find it.
The defeat probable cause was it negates the fact that one person said something happened. It's negated by the facts.
I already heard from you, Mr. Long.
Okay, very good.
Okay. So the court heard from two witnesses produced by the people, one of which was an alleged witness to the homicide. He indicates that he's in the backseat of the vehicle and he's awakened by gunfire. And when he looks up, he sees a gunshot flash. He also sees the defendant lowering his hand at the time. He acknowledges that he gave some false statements when he had his initial interview with the police. Rightfully so, understandably so, given his role in this and that he helped dispose of the body. He testified that he helped remove the body from this vehicle along with the other two defendants. Apparently, it was brought out that police was less than honest with him with what they had, what evidence they had against him, which in turn, according to him, made him come clean, so to speak, and talk about his actual role in helping dispose of the body and who the actual shooter was. I find that his testimony was consistent as to what he saw and what he didn't see. He says that he didn't hear the first, he heard the first two shots, he didn't see them, he heard them, he heard the flash from the third shot. The defendant was the person that was the only person that he testified had a gun in the car. Now, as I'm listening to the evidence, and I'm listening to each of the statements given by the witness, I'm trying to figure out what is the people's theory for felony murder. What was supposedly stolen?
You know, that's an element that's going to be missing at this point in time. So again, we're asking the court to find probably about
That's exactly along the lines that I was going on, if I'm to believe that the defendant was the person who fired the shot. So the court also had an opportunity to look at a number of exhibits. I'm very familiar with Pleasant and Patricia in Southwest Detroit, very much the city of Detroit. And I can't find anything inherently incredible about the witness's testimony. And I understand Mr. Longstreet's argument about the stiffening that may or may not have been on a body at close range, or the gun was fired at close range. As the prosecutor indicated, there could be a number of reasons, one of which is the transport of the body. Could stiffening come off, or how long is that stiffening or burning from that gunshot in the be there? Another factor is clothing that's worn. In this instance, I think the complaining witness was shot twice in the head, once in the back, lower back. Were the windows up or down? I don't know. All of those things could play a factor. long story short, this is a question of fact to be determined by a trier of fact, not as to the felony murder, because the court doesn't find the people met their burden of probable causes relates to a felony murder. That I didn't hear anything about a perpetration of a larceny involved in this homicide. So the court will bind over on second degree murder. Court finding that charge was committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed it will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings on the amended charge of second degree murder in count 1 and the felony firearm charge in count 2. The court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. To bring on the information, date and time will be March 21st, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Thank you for bringing that into the custody of Wayne County Sheriff. Thank you. And you have Mr. Upshaw step in real fast, please. And Ms. Ripley, ready for you to. Burton Harrison out?
Yeah, I just have to, he should be heading. He's just up there today.
Second, 753-17.
I'm sorry, me?
753-17, second degree murder.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't get it.
That's okay.
All right, mine. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, you are.
Thank you, you too. Thank you guys for your patience. We had a little trouble with the juvenile detention facility getting our defendant here. That's why we're running a little bit behind.
No problem, Judge. At least they're consistent. I know that's been an issue in some of mine as well.
I understand you have one witness, is that right?
One, and if there's an issue, maybe two, but I think it should be doable with one judge.
All right. I'm going to try to fix you guys in because I know you've been very patient. Okay, so let's make this quick so I can get my staff done. And this, where's Mr. Here?
I passed it,
Mr. Burton Harris. Let me know when he gets back, okay? Where's Walton?
He's on his way up. They want to take him down.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, they're here. Hey, now, how you doing? He's back there.
They can take him down.
Okay.
You mean walk.
Yes, please. Okay. Appreciate you. Very much. We'll discuss the thing.
Yes.
Are you available Tuesday the 21st? Anytime of day, really.
It have to be anytime after 11:30.
After 11:30, I can do that. Hey, 1:30 then?
1:30 would be fine.
Okay, can you, check with Mr. Burton and Harris, and if you guys agree, you just do a stipulated order. You don't have to do anything at all.
Okay.
Stipulated order. Okay? Only case 2355632. Go ahead of myself. All right. Walton, calling case 2355632, for State Michigan versus Ramil Walton. Defendants charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 felony firearm. Harris, for record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe. I'm at University 82812. People.
The Honor Randall Upshaw on behalf of Mr. Bevell, Walton, Peter, 43574. State your name, Mr. Walton.
No.
There's the date time set for exam. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's one witness, maybe two.
Yes, sir.
You have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin with?
A few preliminary stipulations, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
First, Your Honor, beginning with what's marked as people's proposed exhibit 1 for purposes of exam only, the people in defense have stipulated the admission of the medical examiner's report that corresponds with the case, as well as the identification of the deceased, which would be Marlon Dwayne Houston.
That's true, Your Honor.
Court received that stipulation.
May I publish the report, Your Honor?
Yes. The exhibit will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I, excuse me, briefly read portions of that report to the record?
Yes, please.
I guess, just, Your Honor, just for, just so we cover our bases, we would move for a sequestration of any witnesses that may be watching on YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness in this matter, I'm asking for order you to log off at this time.
Thank you, and with an exception for the officer in charge who's been seated in the court, Judge.
Any objection before I see you? No, Your Honor. Okay.
Your Honor, going back to Exhibit 1, this is a report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner, postmortem report, case number 23-02056. This was performed by Dr. Lee Lavity, Assistant Medical Examiner on Marlon Wayne Houston. This was dated on February 15th, 2023. It is my opinion that death was caused by a gunshot wound to the back of the head. There was an entrance gunshot wound on the right back of the head with no evidence of close range fire noted on the skin surrounding this wound. The wound track passed through the right back of the skull and into the right side of the brain. Associated injuries included right-sided subgaleal hemorrhage, multiple skull fractures, and diffuse subarachnoid hemorrhage. Wound track was from back to front when the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. There was a deformed, jagged bullet recovered from the head and retained. Other injuries included an abrasion on the left forehead and 2 lacerations on the upper lip. The manner of death is homicide, and that was signed by Dr. Labby on February 22nd, 2023. All right. Now, there's also a stipulation as to the admission of 2 videos that were downloaded by Detective Antonio Carlisi from 9500 Springfield. For exam purposes only, that's correct, Mr. Upshot. Those would be proposed exhibits number 2 and 3. May I first submit those and then publish? Thank you. For the record, I'm going to be publishing first exhibit number 2, which will be the interior view.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Is it any way possible my client will be placed in position which you can see the video?
Yes.
Have him slide down. Here.
For the record, Your Honor, I'm going to start exhibit 2, the interior camera view, beginning at the timestamp of 10:54 and 56 seconds a.m. That's also dated, Your Honor, February 14th, 2020. I'm stopping exhibit 2 for the record at the 10:55 and 24 seconds mark, and this is all AM. Moving to proposed exhibit number, or admitted exhibit number 3, I apologize. Your Honor, for the record, this is exhibit number 3, the exterior view of that same location, beginning at 10:54 and 14 seconds a.m. again on February 14th, 2023. stopping for the record, exhibit 3 at 10:55 and 35 seconds. I believe that's all the preliminary matters that were for the people. At this time, the people call Nicole Houston to the stand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please step forward, give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated there. Give me your name and spell it, please. Please raise your right hand. You swear all time to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah. Thank you. Please step towards me. Open up this door here, have a seat here. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Houston, could you state your name again for the record, please? Ms. Houston, I want to draw your attention back to 1 month ago, February 14th, 2023. Did you receive a phone call that pertains to your brother?
Yes,
Who was your brother?
Houston.
Okay. And after you received that phone call, did you do anything?
Yes, I at my mother's house, picked up my father. And the officer wanted us to meet him at the gas station. And at first, I was scared because I was like, so much stuff going on. I'm like, was it? Because my mom had dementia, so she didn't know what was going on. And
Okay, Ms. Houston, I'm gonna stop you there. So we're gonna just talk about your thoughts and your observations, okay? So your mom had dementia, but not what she's thinking or feeling, okay?
right, so
And so after,
I called the officer.
okay, and you remember who the officer was?
I don't know his name.
But for record, you're pointing to the officer in charge?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the officer you spoke to that day?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yeah?
Yes.
After the phone call, you indicated you were told to go to a gas station?
Yes.
Do you remember where that gas station was?
Sickle on Greenfield in West Chicago.
Did you go to that gas station?
Yes.
Okay, and after you arrived, that night?
There was 3 officers that got out the car and they was explaining, what they had found up on the phone.
Well, without telling us what they told you, okay?
What they say?
Don't tell me what, or don't tell the court what they told you, okay? Just talk about what happened there, okay?
Oh, they were just like, a phone with mom in it, and, they were just saying, a person.
Objection, yes, sir.
Ms. Houston, just remember what we talked about, okay? Just remember what you saw and what you said, okay?
They showed a picture.
Okay. And after showing you that photograph on the scene, what did you do next?
Got the screaming out.
Okay. How long did you stay in that area?
I ran around the block, came back.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else?
Yes, I went to my mother's house.
Okay. And did you have any further contact with the police?
Yes.
When was that?
Saturday.
Okay. Where was this contact at?
At 1301. It's at the headquarters.
Headquarters, 1301, would that be 3rd Street?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for headquarters, for the record, do you mean Detroit Police Department?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
So you go to the Detroit Police Department headquarters, who do you meet with?
The same officers.
You said there were 3 officers?
Yeah.
And was one of them the officer in charge?
Yes.
And then do you know who the other 2 officers were?
No, I just,
That's okay. Were they men, women?
1 woman, 2 men.
Okay. And that would be including the officer?
1, yeah, yes.
So another man and another woman?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Just because we're doing yes or no because.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, while you're having a conversation with these officers, what do you do?
What do you mean, what did I do?
Well, what's going on during this conversation?
Oh, they saw me pictures of, having not identified the person that enters of, my brother,
Okay,
and I did.
hold on.
Objection, I did, I'm acting restricted.
That's what we should.
Her conclusion. With all respect, she's making a conclusion. Now, she can say she went there and she picked out a picture, but she can't make a conclusion as to who that picture was, who that individual was on the picture.
Yes, I can.
Hold on, Ms. Houston, hold on.
This is identification.
Judge, I'm gonna ask that the witness step out, I'm gonna make a legal objection.
Let me have you step on this one, and we'll call you right back. when you're ready. Just go out the door.
Judge,
One, she's not right there.
2 points. The facts here, most of them are not in dispute. A, we know for a fact she was not at the restaurant with him. Okay? Secondly, I'm making a profit. She never seen my client before. So for her to go to a police officer and then based upon hearsay, pick this picture up and say this client, case law says you can't do that. First of all, you standing as the trier of fact here, you can look at the video and see if the video speaks for itself. That's evidence rule, etc. Now, what I think, and maybe I'm jumping ahead, is that the prosecutor is attempting to say that you went out there and looked at a video and you're gonna make a conclusion as to who that person was in the video. She can't do that.
And you say she doesn't know.
She don't know my client. She just know him now because of this incident.
So you're not asking her to do what I'm gonna do, which is look at the video and determine whether or not that's the same person that's sitting in this courtroom. You're not asking her to do that, are you?
She identifies the first individual as a proper, as a defendant, whom she has seen multiple times within the past year because her brother, father, and mother, and this is part of what's going to be coming out, judges. Mr. Walton lives across the street from the Houston. That's how she knows Mr. Walton, but she doesn't know his name. She knows him as the man.
Okay, so that's a little different, Mr. Shine, that he's not a complete stranger to her. She's seen him before.
She doesn't live across the street.
She doesn't, that's true.
They never had a conversation or been within close distance that you are to I.
What he told me though, that she knows who he is, although she doesn't know his name, even though she may not have had a conversation with him, she knows him when she sees him.
Let me give you a little bit more problem, Judge. My client is a victim in a case against her brother. They broke his house, they beat him up, they shot at him, the case is pending across the street in Plain Murphy. Now, when we talk about, like, I should have came back, there's certain cases like the pier, and I used to use that when a police officer comes in and look at a video and try to identify that person as being the defendant. And the Supreme Court and the Michigan Court of Appeals has stated, he can't do that. The only time they want to do that is that there's, first of all, he had to have a real relationship with the person that they conversate, they knew each other, it's not like me and you meeting for the first time. Second part, the Supreme Court said they don't want police officers doing that unless the person came to court and tried to hide his image, like he shaved his head, he used to have an afro, he shaved his head, or he used to have a beard and he shaved his beard to try not to look like the video. So the officer could say, I had many contacts, I arrested him before. This is when I arrested him, he always had a beard, like in this photo, now he's here, clean shaved. This woman, and I'm gonna ask with all due respect to prosecutors, we don't want people alive, because it's a lot of hostility, because he was the key witness in being shot at, stuff by the deceased. And he had a hearing, was scheduled for trial yesterday. And there's a PPO or part of his bond of the deceased not to be within so many feet of this man, not to go to his house, not to be talked to him, not to go to his employment. So this young man has gone to the prosecutor's office on at least 4 occasions, telling him he's been shot at, he's been threatened. I got videos of him in front of his house where the victim, the deceased here, and his brother come across and pull a gun and shoot the gun, and he had to run. All those things, he's been a victim for the longest. He done called the prosecutor's office 10 times saying the man is trying to kill him. Now all of a sudden, this is his sister who doesn't live across the street. Never met him, never talked to him. And there has to be some foundation, and what can she do that this honorable court can't do besides have a biased motive to convict the man who was the star witness against her brother and subsequently not alleged shooting her brother. But she can't pick him up. She never had dinner with him. She never sat in the same room with him. So if she across the street and she said, oh, the dude that I tried to shoot yesterday, he lived across the street from mama's house. That's not her. There's no veracity. It's, I don't want to go on. It's nothing. He has to lay about, even to try it, he had to lay a foundation of truthfulness, and that is supportive. But
I don't know if he was able to do that or not, because the objection came so quickly. I don't know what he's able to do with this witness.
But I think it's the best evidence. The video speaks for itself. Now,
if she can also make an identification if she has some familiarity with the defendant.
And that's the question we're going to ask, that before she go into it, there should be a proper as to what's the familiarity and how long and where, and et cetera.
Your Honor, as I've stated, she goes to her mother, father, former brother's house quite frequently. And she will testify that on many occasions she had seen the defendant across the street at his home, either on the front porch or in the front area. But it's correct, she's never had a conversation with this man, but the fact that she has numerous repeated exposure to this man is someone that she is familiar with. She doesn't have to have a conversation with someone to recognize them in the face.
And then I ask you to take a look at that video and see how well you see her face.
I think I would like to see the video again, the first video that you showed.
Yes, sir.
Prosecution asked for adjournment of the last case. They asking for adjournment.
Your Honor, just for the record, again, we are 10 minutes, 54 seconds, 54 minutes. At 10 o'clock, 10:54 and 54 seconds, I don't know.
Okay, now let me see the other one. let's see where it goes. But in large part, I have to agree with Mr. Upshaw, unless she has to do wherever with this defendant, able to make a positive identification that is in fact no other than their past relationship with being some kind of hostility between them. You know what I'm saying?
There is no hostility between Ms. Houston.
I'm talking about between Ms. Houston's brother and the defendant.
Understood, Judge.
Let's have a little respect. That's not a good cause. Yeah. Witness. Not that witness, I'm talking about in this case. I'm getting late. Man, let me remind you that you're still under oath, okay? Come on up and have a seat again. You can take the microphone and speak directly into that voice. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Houston, before we excuse you from the courtroom, you had indicated that during the course of your conversation with the officers, you were showing some photos.
Oh, my brother.
Were you showing any other photos?
Say it again.
Were you showing any other photos besides the one of your brother?
The incident happened at the county.
Right, but were you, Ms. Houston? From your conversation with the officers at the headquarters,
Yes,
you indicated you were showing some photos at headquarters.
yes.
Do you recall what those photos were of?
The incident.
You say the incident. What was in the photographs?
No, I was showing to identify the person. Do I know the person in the pictures?
Okay, so you were asked if you were familiar with someone that was depicted in the photos?
Yes,
Okay. How, first off, did you know the person in the photo?
the one I picked, the one I seen. It looked like the neighbor.
So you were shown several photos that day?
Yeah,
Okay. I want to talk about the first photo you were shown. What was that a photo of?
the person in the truck.
Okay. Let's talk about that photo, okay?
Okay.
Did you know who was depicted in that photo?
Who was the person in that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay. How do you know that person?
the person living across the street from my parents' house.
Okay. How often did you go to your parents' house?
Like once a week.
Okay. And when you went to your parents' house, first off, what street was that on?
Press.
Okay. And where did this person live in relation to your parents?
Exactly across.
Directly across? Is that yes?
Yes,
Okay. When you would go to your parents' house, you said once a week?
yes.
How often would you see this person you're talking about?
The person that come out walked straight to the car.
Hold on, Miss Houston, I'm not talking about in the photos, I'm talking about when you're at mom and dad's, how often did you see that individual in that area?
I say around about 3 or 4.
3 or 4 times while you were there? Is that what you said?
I think you need to let her answer the question.
About 2 or 3. I'm sorry. I get what you're saying now. 2 or 3.
That's a clarifying
I'm new to
question.
this.
So, Ms. Houston, you
I don't, and I don't need to be rude to the prosecutor. I don't need him to say so suggestive.
2 or 3.
And then he can clarify what he means by 2 or 3. 2 or 3 within 6 months, 2 months, or whatever.
that's what I'm trying to do. I can't get the question.
Go ahead, proceed.
So you indicated 2 or 3 times. How often was this 2 or 3 times? What was the-
That's wrong.
Like out of a week.
Hold on, sir.
That's wrong, because he's twisting the question with an answer. Now, all he has to do is say during this period of time, she can say it's 1 year, 5 years, however many years, and during that period, here's the question. Not to twist it, and I don't want to put my
I
case.
really do need to get through this. Ma'am,
I say,
hold on a second. The person you identified in the photograph, you said lived across the street from your parents. right?
yes,
And you used to go to your parents' house approximately once a week, is that right?
yeah.
And
Or like about,
how long had you known this person that lived across the street from your parents?
ever since my parents stayed over there.
Which is how long?
My father must have been over there, I say like about 7 years.
So in a 7-year period, he's always lived across the street?
Yeah.
Right. And approximately how many times have you seen him in total?
Oh, I could say like over 100.
Over 100 times?
I mean, like,
Have you ever had any conversation with him?
no. No,
How close have you ever gotten to, if you could point to something in this court?
never that close.
You say never that close, so the distance from the mother's porch to his house? Would that be right?
Yeah, like, it's not like I ever had a conversation or anything with the person.
My question is, how close have you ever gotten to?
I never got close to him. That's what you're asking? Like this way, like my mama house is right here, and his house like over there. So I get out my car, go in the house, you know.
And have you ever noticed what kind of car he drives? If he drives a car at all?
Yeah,
What kind of car?
it's a great, little truck with the inside of the front is gone.
A gray truck with the inside?
You know, like the, fender or something, what is it? Like a little gray little, I think it's SUV. A little van, little truck.
A little truck?
I don't know about cars.
A gray little truck?
Yeah,
And you've seen that car at that house?
yeah, and also they have a red van too, but he always driving the red truck. Yeah. He's like a little 4-door or something like that.
So you say you've seen him hundreds of times, but you haven't gotten real close to him. Have you seen his face?
Yeah, I could see his face as like not come out the door or go back in, you know, if you passing through, you know. Like I could say like, I've been sitting over there for like over 7 years now, so, you know, like he comes and goes, you know what I'm saying? I comes and goes, you know.
Have you seen him with a mask on?
Yeah, he come out with a black little, a thing over his head, like around here, in his vehicle.
So you seen him with and without a mask on?
I said, so with the mask on and without a mask on. Yeah,
Are you able to identify him if you were to see him again?
yeah.
So, Ms. Houston, first going back to those photographs, would you recognize them if I showed them to you in court today?
Yeah.
What's been previously marked as people's 4 and 5 to defense counsel? My approach, Your Honor? Approaching with both exhibits 4 and 5. That's your full case, Ms. Houston. Ms. Houston, first beginning with People's Proposed Exhibit 4, which should be the first photo I handed you. What is that?
My person with a black thing on.
Have you seen this photograph before?
Yeah,
When was that?
at the scene. No, not at the office.
Thank you. And that was when you were at the headquarters?
The gas station.
They showed you this one at the gas station?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. Has that photograph been changed or altered in any way since you last saw it?
No.
Does it fairly and accurately depicts the same photograph you were shown by the officers that day?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the second, number 5, what is that?
This is the one I was shown.
Just number 4?
Yeah, I haven't seen
You weren't shown number 5?
No.
Okay, then we'll just talk, in that case, I move permission of People's Proposed Exhibit number 4. Now, again, just for the record, I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit number 4 into evidence.
Ms. O'Shea, any objections?
No.
Admitted?
Now, may I publish to the court?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Houston, we've been talking a lot about this, but who did you recognize the person in exhibit number 4 to be?
My mother neighbor.
I'm sorry?
The neighbor across the street.
Okay. That's the same one that Judge King was just asking you about?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see your mother, father, neighbor in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify an article of clothing that he's wearing and where he is seated? You pointed to your right, just for the record?
Yes.
Do you identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
A green suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
So noted.
Now, Ms. Houston, I also want to ask you about the location of the Omega Coney Island. Do you know where that is?
Yeah.
Where is that?
Greenfield, West Chicago.
I'm sorry?
Greenfield, West Chicago.
Now, do you know how often your brother would go to that place?
You go there in the morning and get tea.
You would get a tea?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And also, Ms. Houston, based on your times at your parents' family's house on the Fresh Street, do you know what your family's relationship was with the neighbors across the street?
Objection. She gonna get, well, I'll listen to the answer. Go ahead.
Say that one time.
Based on your, and remember, like we talked about, based on your observation, is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. What was your family's relationship with the neighbors across the street?
They had what is it called, this, like restriction, like arguing.
Did you say arguing?
Yes.
Had these arguments ever taken place in front of you?
No.
So there was nothing in front of you?
No, no.
Okay, so remember, Ms. Houston, I'm just asking based on what you saw and observed, okay?
Right.
Okay. Based on your times being at your mom and dad's house, did you ever make any observations between them and the neighbors across the street?
Objection, Judge asked and answered. She said no.
She said that none of that took place.
In front of her, I get a phone call and I rush over there.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, Judge, that was it. May I just have one moment? Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Questions, yeah?
Judge. Can I see the poll? Thank you. Ms. Houston, you were at the police station or at the Coney Island when they showed you this picture? Exhibit 4. Where were you located when the police officer showed you exhibit 4, photograph? At the police station or at the restaurant?
Show me that one again, because one of them didn't show me.
I need to get closer.
Yeah, at the gas station.
Okay. Was this on the day, and my condolences, was this on the day that your brother was shot?
Yeah,
Okay, so when you went to the gas station on the day that your brother was shot, the police were there and they showed you this photograph, correct?
they showed me the picture up close.
They showed you a picture. Was this the picture?
Yeah.
Okay, and they walked up to you and gave you a picture and said, look at this picture, correct?
It didn't happen like that.
Okay, but basically that's,
Yeah,
okay. Do you know the location of this picture, the background, or where this picture was, the location of where this picture was taken from? Okay. And what else did the police do besides show you this picture? You said they didn't show you exhibit the other photo, correct? They only showed you one photo.
they showed me up close.
Okay, and I understand that, but they showed you one photo up close, correct?
Yeah.
All right, and that's exhibit 4, the one you just saw, correct?
Can I see what the photo was, please?
Judge, I'm gonna put record on question for exhibit 4 and 5.
Okay.
This is the one I think.
Okay. So when the, and that's exhibit for the record, Judge, exhibit 4. So when the police came to you and had you come to the gas station, they showed you on one photograph, correct, exhibit 4?
Yeah.
Did they tell you why they showed you exhibit 4?
Yeah.
And why did they show you exhibit 4?
Person in interest, they don't know. Yeah, but they have video.
And what did you tell the police officer when they showed you this exhibit 4?
That like my mother knew.
That looked like your mother's
That
name.
my mother knew.
You know, but you told them in the way you believed that was your mother's name, correct?
Yeah.
You weren't 100% sure.
That, to me, it's all this.
But here's the point. This is one of the officers, correct?
Yes, it is.
And when he showed you the photograph, you weren't 100% sure at that
I
time.
was.
You was
I knew that was-
50% sure,
I
correct?
know that was him. I knew the car. I knew how he looked. Yeah, that was him. There's no way around it. There's no.
Okay. Now, this is not a photograph of the gas station, is it?
I can't. I never looked to see the background. I just think the person. I just think the car. I
Okay.
didn't look for no details or anything.
Okay, so you told the police officer, or you telling the judge today that this is who? The person that of interest, correct? Is that correct?
Yeah.
And interest in what? Interest in what?
The murder of my brother.
Okay, who told you he murdered your brother?
No,
You weren't there when your brother was shot, correct?
no, it was witnesses up there that from the Coney Island.
Okay, so somebody told you that this person murdered your brother, correct?
Yeah. All county.
Okay, wait till the next question, then we'll understand. And when you was telling the judge earlier, nothing further, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
It's pretty clear, if I may, Your Honor. Confusion, I just want to be absolutely clear. I'm approaching with exhibit 5. You hold that, Susan?
Is there a question?
I'm gonna ask it. Was this the photo you were talking about with Mr. Upshaw, the close-up?
Yeah,
Okay, so you actually had seen exhibit 5, not exhibit 4. Is that
right,
correct?
that's why I tell him to show me the picture.
Your Honor, based on that, I would move to admit exhibit 5.
No objection.
Admit it.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Can I see that one, please?
May I publish?
Yes.
Yes. When the prosecutor first showed you that photo, and he showed you both pictures,
I said the picture close up, not the picture far back. I didn't know it was number 1. I said the close up picture.
okay,
That's what I said. And then you kept on bringing me that picture. I said the close up picture.
understand. Question. Where were you when someone told you the first time that the defendant shot your brother? The boy across the street shot your brother. Where were you at when you first heard that someone told you that the defendant, the boy across the street shot your brother? Where were you? And I'm assuming being at your parents' house, you weren't there alone, correct? There was other family members.
Yeah.
And then when you received that phone call that the boy across the street was the person that shot your brother, you and your family members would start talking about it, correct?
No, I made everybody talk about it.
Made everybody leave the block.
I made everybody leave from my parents' house because my mom was hysterical. And I didn't want her to go back and have another stroke.
So then you subsequently went to the Coney Island, correct?
So they went,
After the phone calls, when you went to the Coney Island.
after what phone call?
After someone told you that your brother was shot by the boy across the street, that was before you went to the Coney Island, correct?
I never went to Coney Island, I went to the gas station in the dark.
That was before you went to the gas station. That someone told you that the boy across the street shot your brother, that was before you went to the gas station to meet the police officers, correct?
That was, I met the officer at the gas station, and a phone call came later saying that the neighbors was talking, and they were saying that was the person, this man, and I was like, I'm understood when nobody's saying, one of the chapters to call me back so I can get the right thing, so we can go about the right way, with the chapter having handled everything. So I stayed tuned with the detective on all meetings and everything. Detective, we talked. I didn't go by no he say, she say, none of that.
Finishing up, outside of that photograph that we have, exhibit 5, did they show you any other pictures?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Can you redirect?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
I think I'm gonna call the officer in charge, Officer Barrow.
Just push it up.
I was just gonna ask Your Honor where the photographs came from, based on the timing of the incident, as opposed to when these things was taken. No, Your Honor, that's fine, thank you.
I wouldn't mind having that conversation.
Barrow.
You raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Maybe you ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Barrow, could you just state your name again for the record, please?
Officer Yusuf Barrow,
What's your role as it pertains to this case, sir?
officer in charge.
Okay, have you been present this whole morning, sir?
Yes,
With regards to people proposing to advise, Judge, you still have that?
Yes.
I just give it back briefly. Thank you. Officer Barrow, I'm gonna hand you people proposing to advise for the record. Have you seen that document before, sir?
yes,
What is it?
it's a photo. It's a photo that I showed Mr. Nicole Yusuf.
Officer Barrow, where did you get this photo from?
A green light.
Do you know what location that was on?
I know it was on Joy Road. I don't know the exact numbers. I have to refer to my report.
That's refresh your memory.
Yes,
Your report back here, sir.
yeah.
Is it the investigator's report, sir?
I think it should be in the investigator's report, yes.
Showing opposing counsel a copy of the investigator's report. May I approach?
May.
Officer Barrow, please take a look at that. Look up if you want to remember it for press. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yes,
And where was the location, sir?
15401 Joy Road,
Okay. Do you know what date that photo was from, sir?
February 14th, 2023.
Do you know approximately what time it was?
It was 5 minutes prior to the incident of Coney Island.
At the incident of where?
At the Coney Island.
At the Coney Island?
Yes.
Just for the record, was that Omega Coney Island?
Yes, Omega Coney Island.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
That picture was not taken at the Mega Coney Island, was it?
No.
Okay, it was at some other location, correct?
Yes.
Did you view all the cameras around the Mega Coney Island?
Yes.
Did they have any cameras with any audios? Was the conversation that the victim, the words that the victim spoke inside the Coney Island, was it audio?
No.
There's outside videos, correct?
Yes.
And was there video showing where the victim came from?
Yes.
And where did the victim come from?
So it's not from the Coney Island, it's from the gas station adjacent to the Coney Island. It shows the victim's vehicle pulling up.
Okay, and who was that first, victim or the defendant?
I'm sorry.
Who, based upon the video, and Judge, I'm gonna ask to preserve that because I don't know if I have that and I haven't seen it, but I would like to copy of it. So it shows the victim when he arrived at the Coney Island, at the gas station.
Yes.
It showed the defendant when he arrived at the Coney Island.
Yes.
And does it show once the victim pulled up, once the defendant pulled into the Coney Island, the defendant ran over from the gas station? Does it show how the victim got from the gas station to the Coney Island?
I'm not sure.
Okay, because did you see the victim anywhere outside besides when he was walking in the door?
From the video I've seen now, I've seen only the video of the Vegas 20 hours and the video from this Green Line location.
You said, did you see the, and I want to make sure I have my
Yes.
words correct. The victim, the deceased, did you see his video? I mean, I'm sorry, his vehicle in the video?
Yes, I saw the victim's vehicle from the gas station cameras.
And where was the victim's vehicle parked?
In front of the store towards the sidewalk.
Okay, you said in the store, is that the Omega Corner
I'm
or
sorry.
a store?
Instead of Omega, in front of Omega's Coney Island towards the sidewalk.
Who got there first, the defendant or the victim?
I'm gonna have to look at the video again.
Okay, and I would like to copy that. Now, okay, so there's no audio, correct?
Yes, no audio.
And you are aware of the fact that part of the defendant, the victim's bond was have no contact with this defendant.
I wasn't aware of that.
Are you aware of it now?
Yes,
Okay, and you know he was ordered by the court to stay away from this man, correct? Mr. Walton,
I was
pursuant to the bond.
just informed.
You was informed, okay. You the officer in charge, you read all the documents and the reports and everything regarding this case, correct?
I'm the officer in charge, but we work as a team also.
Okay, and based upon what you did and what your team did, you was aware of the fact that this defendant right here went to court on many occasions asking that person's bond to be revoked because it's
Objection, Your Honor, the relevance.
It's totally relevant, and I'm making it short, but he's,
Hearsay.
well, it's probably, he's the officer in charge, he said the court record, say that's a court record.
That's out of court state. On the truth of the matter, so. I get where you're going, I'm not sure if it helps as it relates to premeditation.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You guys go.
I have no further witnesses at this time.
Any witnesses for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
People?
At this time, the people move for bind over as charged with claim warrant. As the video kind of speaks for itself. Based on the video, you see the vehicle that Mr. Walton drives up in. He parks in the spot closest to the door. He walks in and goes to the front counter area. Within seconds later, Judge, you see Mr. Houston walk in. You see clearly that he's got money in his hand. He walks up to the counter. It's true that the two have a conversation. Nobody here knows what was said between the two. But it's indisputable, Judge, that Mr. Houston, with the money still in his hand, begins to walk out. And why do I keep saying he has money? Because his sister testified that he would go there every day to buy an iced tea. He goes in there, money in his hand, trying to get his iced tea, and he walks out. And before he even crosses out into the outside, he's got a bullet in the back of his head. There's no evidence whatsoever that he came there with a gun. There's no evidence whatsoever that he came there to physically do anything. There is evidence that he went there to buy an iced tea. He's got money in his hand, he's just trying to do his own thing. I don't know who got there first, Judge. I don't think it matters. He has just as much of a right to get there as Mr. Walton did. He has just as much of a right to walk out of there alive. But instead he got executed in broad daylight by Mr. Walton. It's a shot to the back of the head, Judge. I think there's ample evidence on this record, Judge, to show premeditation and deliberation. And obviously there was a firearm, Judge, based on, the wounds and the jacketed bullet recovered in this case as well, Judge. So for those reasons, I ask that you find over his charge. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Usher?
Yeah, just briefly. What little bit of evidence I did get out that was undisputed is that the victim in this case, as part of his bond on the felony, was ordered to stay away from this. When you watch that video, you see as my client parks his car, if you want to see that's my client, as he parks the car, the victim runs up behind him stand behind it and engage him in conversation. First of all, he wasn't supposed to even come into that Coney Island at all, because trial was scheduled, and it was part of stay away from him, and I can't go into all the other complaints because we cut that short. Now, the conversation occurred, and within 3 to 4 seconds, the shooting occurred. You can look at the video, and my interpretation of looking at the video is that he said something, he went to get something, and he was shot. I think the court was time of patience, but there's nothing in the video that shows, if you have to look at the totality. He's running behind him. He says something to him. All the things I've repeated before, but he had made threats, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And within seconds. So, but I know that self-defense is a claim which has to be in the trial, and but premeditation is something he had no idea that the man was coming. The man going to get something, and things happen. Judge, second of all, but my strong argument I like is this. Ms. Houston testified that the only time she kind of seen this guy is when she get out of her car and goes into her mother's house. And on a couple of occasions, she wants to allege that my client was at his house across the street. And she didn't look, she didn't speak, she didn't wave. She says she would get out of the car and walk in the opposite direction to her mother's house. So I don't know how much you see a person. I think the identification was wrong. It's a shooting. And you come and show a person a solo picture of my client. There was no independent where she had said she knew him, she had a conversation with him, she went out to lunch with him, she was on the same side of the block that she was. They engaged for more than a half a second of a blink while she jumps out of the car and running in the opposite direction going in the house. She was told before she met the officer that the boy across the street, the rumors had spread that the boy across the street did the shooting.
That's not what she testified to. She said she heard that after she left the gas station.
Judge, I thought she was at her mother's house and she heard a phone call.
That she got a phone call to come to the gas station. That's where she went to the police. She said when she left the gas station, she went back to her mother's house. That's when she received a phone call and started hearing rumors about the neighbor being the person who shot her brother.
Thank you, Judge.
So, per the video that this court has seen, I don't think there's any serious question. The person who fired that shot and killed Marlon Houston, shot him in the back of the head, committed the first degree murder premeditated. The video shows two individuals inside this establishment, apparently this is Coney Island. First person comes in, he's standing at the counter, the second person comes in behind him, and they say something to each other. Second person, who I believe is Mr. Houston, turns and walks out of the establishment. Person at the counter reaches in his pocket, walks behind him, takes at least 2 to 3 steps, pulls the gun, holds it to the back of his head, fires a shot, and then has the audacity to walk over his body and get back in the car that he came in and left. I didn't get a very good close look at the vehicle, but I do recall that the vehicle was a gray type of vehicle. It's shown in what's one of the people's exhibit that this defendant was standing next to a gray type of vehicle, and also testified on misuse that the defendant drives some kind of gray looking type truck that appeared to be the same kind of vehicle in this video that people can mark as People's Exhibit 2, was it? 3. People's Exhibit 3. So if there's any question here, the only question is to the identity of the defendant being the person who perpetrated this crime. I think that the person who did so with premeditation. And there's really no issue there based on the video that I've seen. So have the people presented enough evidence that the defendant is the person who did this? They presented Miss Johnson, the complaining witness's sister, who says that she has seen the defendant on a number of occasions. She said hundreds of times, although she never spoke to him and never came up close to him. She's able to identify him with and without a mask on. She was presented a single photo, which under normal circumstances would be unduly suggestive. But that's if you're asking someone to pick out a person who you witnessed do a crime, not, we know this is the person. Do you know who this person is? I think there's a difference. And presented with that question, she looked at the picture and she identified the person in that picture as the across the street neighbor. And she was fairly certain about her identification of the defendant. I think you have a question of fact to be determined by a trier of fact, how much weight the court should give that identification along with the other circumstantial evidence like the car that was driven by the person who did this. And then there was a lot of talk about a potential motive with the defendant being a complainant with this victim on another case. Court is satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in complaint 1. The court finds those charges were committed to the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to be disciplined. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. This arraignment only information date and time will be March 21st, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. And will be remanded to the custody of Wayne County Sheriff.
And I respect and understand the seriousness of it. Just for the record, I make a brief argument for John.
Go ahead.
Judge, the basic thing is that my client has absolutely no prior record of it. I believe that's what it is. I always was employed. There was a couple of motions filed, 6 or 7 phone calls made to the office, attempting to saying that the young man was threatened to kill him. Video, the man with a gun in front of his house, put a gun on in front of his house. So, Judge, we do have it's going to be a little bit of a different from the self-defense case. We do believe we have a self-defense case. That's why I asked those videos, the audios, and those videos.
With all due respect, Mr. Upshaw, the video I showed this defendant in put in any danger or should have been in any reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm. That person that was ultimately shot and killed was actually walking away and leaving the establishment that he was in. I didn't see any evidence of any weapon or any, not even a threat, and words are not enough.
Judge, I'm going to make it real short because I respect the word and I look at the video and I understand the court's decision there. But Judge, what you have to, when you say look at the totality of it all, that's why I asked all I see about the video, how he parked next door to a car. That's why I have in my file the video of him pulling a gun on this young man in front of his own home, telling he's going to kill him. If he didn't kill him that time, he's going to kill him in the scene. That's why I asked, was there audio? because he walked in, he knows in front of Judge Wanda Evans, there was a couple hearings where he and his whole family came and act, they're trying to kill me, they're trying to kill me, they're trying to kill me. The motion was denied.
Well, here's the thing. Apparently, it sounds to me like your client knows that when confronted with a certain situation, he knows what to do, to contact the authorities and tell the authorities about it. This, and I'm not sure if this defendant, or this victim was on the tether or not. Maybe he should have been if he was making some contact with the witness in that case. But what needed to be done is not gun somebody down in broad daylight in a restaurant.
If you
The
can
doorway of a restaurant.
maybe if, I'm just saying, Judge, maybe if he was threatened, when I come back in, you won't make it out this year. That's all I'm saying. Judge, that was a different situation. If you've been threatened, you won't make it back out that door. When I get to my car and be mine, you will not make it out. With all due respect, I appreciate the point allowing me to make my argument, but I think that was a different choice. Or whether you just walk out the door when the man is out there waiting for you, prepared to shoot you out, and you let him.
The problem is, we don't know that any of that was done. If some bullets from candy, that's what all have to be.
Judge, you got one today. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay. I used to say that when I was a prosecutor. The good news is, it looks like we're not gonna have an accident.
Okay.
So it looks like we're gonna be done. Because the APA here. Are you on the next case?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
Who's your counsel on that? Where's Mr. Gregory?
You know, I think he's in the hallway.
Howdy.
Oh, Judge.
How you doing?
I've been great. How have you been?
All right. So what's going on? Which case are you on?
I am here with Mr. Gregory on South Hall.
Okay.
I have an appearance to file. I didn't file one online, Judge, because I didn't want it to kick out Mr. Gregory's appearance, so I just brought it.
No problem. You handle that. My understanding is this isn't gonna go, right?
That's correct. May I approach this?
Yes. Calling the case 2355279, for state of Michigan versus Elite Sharon Southall. Tennis charge for count 1, homicide, murder, second degree. Count 2, assault, attempted murder. Count 3 and 4, felony firearm. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, my question is people.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Elizabeth Murphy, 82448, on behalf of South Hall.
And Austin Gregory, 85193, also on behalf of Mr. Southall.
Tell me your name, sir.
Malik Southall.
Date time set for exam.
Judge, the people are asking for an adjournment. I have 3 civilian witnesses who were aware of today's date. I have been in contact with them via phone.
Were those witnesses subpoenaed?
I don't think they were given a new subpoena for today. This was adjourned previously. My understanding is.
I don't show that it's been adjourned previously.
Your Honor, it was scheduled to go on, I believe it was a Tuesday. I had a trial that was still attending.
But then I show is a bond here. January 24th.
Judge, it was originally scheduled for the 28th. I believe we came in early on the 27th. In adjournment.
It was adjourned because you weren't available?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So in the event, you tried to serve the witnesses, you weren't able to do so?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I did not have time to draft anything before I came here today, but I expect them to be submitting soon.
When did you first have an indication that something may be going on with the ride with the witnesses?
Honestly, today,
Even though you weren't able to serve them?
that's correct. I provided the subpoenas. I didn't know if they had been served or not. I had just, after providing subpoenas, kept in contact with you.
Where's your officer in charge?
I believe he is not following around.
Good afternoon, sir. Tell me your name for the record.
Officer Isaac Robinson,
Can you spell that for me, please?
EISSAC. Last name LLAMAS.
And you are the officer in charge of this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were issued subpoenas to be delivered? You could deliver those subpoenas?
I spoke with them, responding to your phone.
Okay, let me try it again. Did you serve those
The
subpoenas?
physical papers, no.
Any particular reason why not?
It was my understanding they were.
I'm sorry?
It was my understanding they were, and they were.
Okay, so let this be a lesson for everyone. That we can't take things for granted, even though we're talking to people who sound like they're cooperative. We're conversing with them on the phone, they're going to show up in the time. We have to cross our T's, dot our I's. These cases are way too important. Somebody lost their life. So crossing our T's and dotting our I's, we have to have witnesses that are served to be here. I have no authority over them if they're not here. They haven't been served with subpoena. So the prosecution is asking this court to find good cause for adjournment. And I don't have witnesses who've been served with subpoena to be here. So if I can't say that they were served or they've been invading service or whatever the case may be, they're not under any order to be here. Without them being under order to be here, I struggle to find good cause for an adjournment. Were the witnesses here? No, they came in early the last time, right? Got an adjournment. Is that right?
That's correct.
So, okay, so there's a choice to be made here. I'll leave it up to you guys. I could dismiss this matter, but it would be a dismissal without prejudice. I dismiss it without prejudice. I'm almost assuredly believing that they're going to reissue. We have to start this process all over again, which means you could be arrested again, have to post bond again, spend a fair amount of days in jail, or I could adjourn this to a date certain where we can get this done. And if they don't appear the next time, then we have quite a different issue.
Judge, if I may,
Yes.
we've had the opportunity to discuss that with Mr. Southwell. And we were just made aware of the fact that the prosecution's witnesses were not going to be able to appear just prior to our arrival.
Yeah, they did that. That was on them too.
Right, so we did find that out. We had that discussion with Mr. Southwell. We discussed with him that if we moved for a dismissal at this point, the same thing that you just explained to me. The other issue, so what we would also ask is for an adjournment. The reason being, we were going to come in and ask for an adjournment. And I can explain why. There was, in the evidence packet that we were given, there are photographs of ring cameras that are a part of that. However, we don't actually have, and in the interviews that the police did with the witnesses, they make reference to the incident being on camera. Mr. Gregory and I have not had an opportunity to see this video. It's not a part of the initial discovery that we received. So we had reached out to the prosecutor. I know Mr. Gregory reached out to the OIC inquiring as to where that video is.
All right,
Being that
so-
it's of a critical nature, I mean, if it's showing the incident.
Long story short, I hate to cut you off. We
Yeah.
haven't had lunch yet.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Long story short, we're all in agreement to adjourn this matter.
Yes.
How is March 23rd at 1:30?
Judge, there's just one more thing that I wanted to add to that. I'll take 2 seconds. I believe that there was a conversation that was had with the prosecutor and Mr. Gregory earlier today in regards to that ring footage not being available. What I would ask the court to do is give an adjournment long enough to have the deceased phone, have a phone dump in it, because a lot of times that ring footage can go directly to the phone. So if we can have that phone dump, and we can get the contents of that dump and be able to move through it, it's a possibility that we can find whatever footage might be
Is
there.
that the request been made before now?
No, because we thought that the footage existed up until earlier today when the conversation was had. They believe that despite the warrant being sent out, that it doesn't.
How long does it take to do that?
The phone bill?
Yes.
The phone was inaccessible by our service.
So they can't get in. Not run across that before, but the police said they can't. In fact, unsolved homicide where they get into the victim's home and they can't.
Your Honor, I do know that on the 23rd, I am available at the March.
The whole day?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm in Grand Rapids. So we'll be able to get here.
March 30th at 10 o'clock.
My calendar is still pulling up. I don't know why. This must just be a day where everything is. Oh, here we go. March 30th at 10. Yes, Judge, I can do that.
Fine with me. Okay, March 30th at 10 o'clock. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your patience as well.
Don't stop.
Miss Ripley and have they come back? I told them to just do a step in order to adjourn, so we're done.
All right, Judge, have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
No harm.
Madam Clerk Reporter, I owe you lunch. For hanging in with me. I appreciate you. Thank you.
No problem. I'll remind you tomorrow about my 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay. I'm sure it won't go like it went today.
I know we're at 2 in a row, so, you know. Tomorrow, stop it. Look at tomorrow. You look at tomorrow.
How is it?
It's pretty good. They're all at there. There's 2 railroad crossing the rest of it.
Well, but it goes fast because a lot of them will be dismissals and whatever that isn't a dismissal. is a
Oh, it's
one-person exam.
DBA? Is it DBA? Oh, no, you don't need DB.
It is DB.
Oh, you did.
It's DB, sexual assault.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Appreciate you.
Okay, Your Honor, you have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you too, sir.
See ya.
Yeah.